We're going to get started in about a minute and a half here, if everybody could find their seat here. Okay, the meeting of the Property and Facilities Committee is called to order. I'll start with calling roll. Regent Kramer.
Here.
Regent Barker.
Here.
Regent Reiswick is here. Okay, we'll start with the minutes of the February 27th, 2025 committee meeting. With the approval of those minutes, rather, are there any changes to those minutes? Okay, hearing none, those minutes are approved by general consent. Second item on our agenda is the Register of University of Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions. Rod Leonards. Go ahead, Rod, whenever you're ready.
You bet. Thank you, Regent Reiswick. And committee members, University of Iowa has 3 items on the Capital Register, and then we will follow up with some leases as well. I do want to point out our UIHC CEO, Brad Hawes, is here with us today, has the committee meeting, healthcare committee meeting later this afternoon, but did come early as a few of our items are healthcare related in case there were any questions. So thank you, Brad, for being here. The University of Iowa projects start with a project that we brought to the board at the last meeting. The Iowa Memorial Union Modernized Building Project. We'd like to thank the Board of Regents members for the additional discernment regarding that project. We had both meetings on site and with student health or with student life. And also took a look at the building in more detail. With those meetings and visits, we would like to request, once again, this project to be approved, its budget and project description. $81.4 million project. Nothing has changed in the facts of the project related to our request. It is a combination of funding in student, undergraduate, and graduate student fees for the project, as well as Student Health Services Reserve Fund for a project total of $81.4 million. It will address more than $55 million in deferred maintenance and long-standing systems aging within that facility, which was originally built in 1925. We look forward to starting the project upon board approval with the schedule for the project and its construction ranging in multi-phases between spring 2025 and spring 2027. The second project that we bring to you is a project description and budget for UI Healthcare Hematology Oncology Clinic renovation project at Kimberly Road, building in Bettendorf that UIHC owns. It's a $3.3 million project funded by University of Iowa Healthcare Earnings and Equity. This would address also $2.3 million in building system-related deferred maintenance. It will replace and upgrade specialized HVAC electrical systems and equipment to support a computed tomography and linear accelerator spaces and equipment in 7,100 square feet. And again, upon approval of this, we would advance the project toward construction that would start in the fall of 2025, completing in spring 2026. And the final request of the Board of Regents from our capital register is a building raising associated with an advance of the hospital tower project that we are planning and designing. This would be the raising of the Center for Disabilities and Development, CDD building, which sits at and near the footprint of the future tower. Very outdated project, and in fact, during our lease portion of our presentation to you, David Keft will cover some of the work that we're doing from leases to address the programs within that building, which was built in 1954, and again, as we mentioned, would be in context with the hospital tower project, which is approaching. Those are the three projects we have. Be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for Rod?
I'll just say we have had a lot of discussion, especially about the IMU project, and I felt like Regent Barker brought up some really good things to think through, but I am supportive of it with the sense that the students have voted to approve, using additional fees, so that's a big statement. You don't see that from students very often, so they want it. I think it'll be a good recruiting tool for the university, but even bigger than that is just the added space and the enabling it does for future projects. So yeah, I think I'm supportive of the project.
Yeah, those comments are appreciated, as are in this environment the hesitations that led us to discern it together further. I think the consolidation of student health to this site and taking a 1925 building that has many systems that are antiquated means that it is and impacted by the flood of 2008. It slowed our addressing much needed deferred maintenance, and that's a really maybe the biggest thrust in this project, making sure the building lasts as we do in our right sizing and care for our campus, making sure this building stands the test of time and for our students as an epicenter for the students on campus. Yeah, we're very excited about the building and about the project. Thank you.
Yeah, Regent Parker.
So I appreciate all the answers all the time, and answers to the questions, and a lot of information that we got. I'm going to vote no on this project, not because I think it's not a bad project, certainly a desirable project, but I'm not convinced that it's necessary, and I think that big difference between desirable and necessary, and I think that the world is changing quickly. The financial environment for higher education is changing, and changing rapidly. And I think that this is a time that it makes sense for us to pause on some large projects and to consider that environment. But thanks again for all the time on it.
Thank you, Regent Barker, for your comment.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Rod.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is University of Iowa reimbursement resolution, which Brad Berg will present for us, please.
Thank you, Chair Reiswick. Before the committee for consideration is a reimbursement resolution for the SUI's Memorial Union project that Rob just described. The resolution would allow the university to be reimbursed for project costs with proceeds from a future tax-exempt bond issue. The resolution provides flexibility on allowable uses of those bond proceeds. And that concludes my comments, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Any questions for Brad? Okay. Thank you, Brad. Okay, next, we have the University of Iowa request to raise one building. Rod Leonards.
It is in that order, but I did describe it previously in context with the hospital tower project. We have several facilities that will be replaced, allowing for raising on that site. One of those will be the CDD project, and the programs within it will be handled in-house in the hospital, within the hospital complexes, and also through leasing programs. And one of those David Keft will describe, but this would be a request for approval to advance the design and the raising of that facility.
Okay. Any questions on that one for now? Okay. Next, we have Iowa State University Capital Improvement Business Transactions, which contains one project. Sean Reeder, you'll present for them that, please.
Great, thank you. Iowa State does have one item on the Capital Register for your consideration today. We're requesting the board's approval of a revised project description and budget for the Lloyd Veterinary Medical Center Large Animal Ward 3 expansion that you had just approved in September. A brief overview of the project. The third ward expansion will add just over 21,400 gross square feet to the large animal hospital. The additional space will provide for the expansion of large animal reproductive services and will enhance professional student and resident training opportunities for the college. The expanded hospital space will facilitate the college's long-range plan to grow clinical offerings and research in animal reproduction, sports medicine, and rehabilitation. The project was recently bid, and the cost came back higher than we had been estimating. Today, we're requesting approval of the revised budget to accommodate these increased costs. The budget would increase from $12 million to $14.1 million and will be funded by the college and private giving. Just a note, the private giving currently totals just under $5 million for this project. Going forward, routine maintenance and utilities would also come from the College of Veterinary Medicine. I'm happy to take any questions on this project.
Any questions for Sean?
Question.
Yes, Regent Hensley.
When we have the different building projects and when it talks about the sources of funds, and this is the College of Veterinary Medicine plus private gifts, I think it would really be important for us if we could have the percentage of what those private funds are, and are they actually committed at this point? Do we have signed documents that they're going to do X and when that's going to happen? Because a lot of the projects, and not just this project, but a lot of the projects do talk about private funding, but I have no idea. Is it 10%, 25%? And is it in the bank now, or is it going to be over a 3 to 5 year time period, because that's how you've been able to secure the funding?
Yeah, I understand that we have the funds in hand, and the exact number, I think, is not to the dollar, but is $4.7 million in private gifts, and then the college would and the hospital would be picking up the remainder of that. But we could certainly work with John on the board presentation materials to include that breakdown going forward.
So is it policy? Is it your policy then that these funds, when they're private gifts, they would already be in hand when you bring an item like this to the board?
It would be our policy that we would have funding to cover the project in hand. So, for example, the private giving for here is anticipated to continue. In the last 2 months, we've raised another $100,000 for this project and specifically, and we would hope to continue to raise money that would then offset what the college's contribution would be.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Next, we have the University of Northern Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions, which contains 2 projects, and Michael Hager, sorry, Michael,
That's okay.
will present for us, please.
Thank you. University of Northern Iowa has 2 projects for your consideration. The first project is the second half of Phase 2 for the Unidome renovation. You may recall that the first half of this phase came to the board in November for approval. Since the November meeting, the dome is cleared out. They're replacing all of the seats. They're ordered. There's a construction camera that's kind of fun to look at every day. And so that's moving along very well. This is the second half of that phase, Phase 2. It'll focus, it's an $8.4 million project. We'll add 5,400 square feet of space, focused primarily on 2 areas. the restroom additions. If you've been to either the high school football playoffs or the Fleetwood Mac concert or the Rolling Stones or Luke Bryan, pick your music genre, women will frequently complain that there's grossly insufficient restrooms. We're responding to that. The restroom additions, we're adding 44 facilities for women, 18 more for men, 3 single-use restrooms for families, those sorts of things, and then a lactation room as well, which is common for renovations. The project is intended to be paid for with gifts. The intention is for it to be 100% gifts. Regent Hensley, one of the things I would add is sometimes on our larger donors, they will ask where the regents sit on a project, and the regent approval actually helps move some of the fundraising along a little bit. But in this case, we're not going to start the construction until we have the gifts or the pledges in hand. Treasurer's temporary investment is listed there as well. That would be sending some bridge money if we need to pay for some until the gifts come in, and that's why we have both of those sources of funds listed there. The visual representations are on page 4 and 5. You can kind of see the small additions on the northwest or the southwest corner for the restroom additions. And then there are a couple terraces, affectionately known by some as the party decks, but they're made for group and corporate outings, alumni events to come back. And so that's the dome renovation. The second project we have on our register is a revised budget for a utility project. This project was originally approved, as you can see on page 7, was not required to have board approval. It was under the $2 million threshold. As we got into the project a little bit, there's 2 things that have changed the price a little bit. One of them is the under the ground, there's the intersection of the fiber, the electrical, the water is a little more complex than what we were anticipating off the drawings. And also then the soil is much more granular. We usually have clay soil. It's much more granular, so for safety reasons, we need to have more shoring. We can't go out because of the street, so we have to have more shoring in place. So that contributed, and then the specialized piping used for steam came in higher than we anticipated. There was actually a fire at that plant that makes that over in Joliet last Monday, so we've put a little bit extra contingency in as well. And so those 2 things, what's under the ground is more complex, and the pricing on the piping came in a little higher on the bids. That's what's the reason we were asking for an increase in the budget. Depending if the board passes the revised policies at the meeting tomorrow, this project wouldn't have to come forward, but because it's under the $3 million threshold, but we thought it best to go ahead and bring it forward at this point. I'd be glad to answer any questions you have on either of those projects.
Regent Parker?
Thank you. I just want to point out that the Unidome serves the entire state in all kinds of ways, and appreciate the fact that it's paid for with private funds. Reminds me of the tour we took this morning of the Turkelson building here, an industrial building paid for, I believe, either entirely or almost entirely with private gifts, and an amazing building. So that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Michael. Okay, next we have University of Northern Iowa's property sale, in which Michael Hager will continue to present, please.
In the course of, with 800 plus acres, we routinely check the boundaries and areas. We had not done that for a while because of COVID. It kind of slipped off the radar. In checking them, we did find some encroachments on the university property. They were in an area that's somewhat wooded and not really used very often by people. And as we engaged in conversation with the neighbors, there's 14 parcels of land right there. There were probably about 4 of them that had encroached, one of them pretty significantly. We looked at the long-term use of that land. The university probably does not anticipate using that 50 acres, and I suspect that in a few decades it'll be primed to sell for development because the city will grow in that way. And in the meantime, we thought it would be beneficial to just sell up to 40 feet, just moving south on those people's parcels, and 8 of the people asked to go ahead and take advantage of that. And so that's what's before you today. We worked out some pricing that I think is pretty attractive for the board, and the buyers are happy with the pricing as well. So all in all, it seems like a good resolution for everybody.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Next, we have some institutional agreements, leases, and easements. David Keft will present 3 of these, and Michael Hager also has 3. So David, why don't you start, please?
Thank you very much. We've got 3 substantial leases for UI Healthcare, and so I'll kind of go into some detail on each of these. While each of these outpatient clinic leases are all different, each is the result of an extensive search over many months for the best locations that would serve the patient populations that are accessing these clinics. Each lease was negotiated at length from a medical, financial, construction, legal, and risk management perspective, with multiple drafts exchanged between the parties over a number of months. UI Healthcare has been represented by the Des Moines office of the national commercial real estate firm of CBRE in each of these transactions. So the first lease is in Tiffin, Iowa. This is a new construction lease for a 10,000 square foot family and community medical clinic in one of the fastest growing residential communities in the state. The building will sit on 1.2 acres of land at the intersection of Highway 6 and Kimberlite Street in a very visible location. Building will have 12 exam rooms, a lab, faculty and staff support space. There will be 5 to 6 clinical providers at this location, with room to expand as the community continues to grow. Initial lease term is 15 years, with UI Healthcare having the option to extend for 4 additional 5-year renewals, putting the total lease term available at 35 years. Building design, construction, furnishing equipment estimated to be between $7 and $8.5 million. This is vacant land at this point. It'll be designed upon approval from the board. The initial base lease rate is defined by a formula of calculating the higher of 8.75% cap rate, or 450 basis points above the 5-year treasury at the time of substantial completion of the project. The lease term will remain the same for the first 4 years of the lease, and then subject to a 2% escalator during the remaining terms of the lease. UI Healthcare will also pay the monthly operating expenses for the building, estimated to be $2.95 per square foot, plus the real estate taxes on the completed building. The developer will be solely responsible to make the site shovel-ready, including all subdivision costs, bringing all utilities to the site, and working with IDOT and the city to signalize the intersection of Highway 6 and Kimberlite Road. UI Healthcare will have the option to purchase the building beginning in year 11 of the lease based on the then appraised value of the building. The building is anticipated to be complete in the fall of 2026. The second lease is in relation to the raising project that Rod mentioned. It's the relocation of the Department of Pediatrics Center for Disabilities and Development, since the existing building that they've been in for decades is slated to be raised. The lease will be for an existing 58,000 square foot office building Northgate Drive in Iowa City. This building is conveniently located right off of Interstate 80 and Dodge Street in a medical office park type neighborhood with multiple other healthcare providers, including other UI Healthcare leased clinics. The entire building will need to be renovated on the interior to meet the specialized patient populations that are served by this clinic. In addition, the owner will construct a 15 to 25,000 square foot addition to accommodate the entire CDD program. There will also be an extensive outdoor play area added to the north side of the building. Here we have an initial lease term of 20 years, with UI Healthcare having the option to extend the lease for 4 additional 5-year renewals, putting the total lease term available at 40 years. The base lease on the building shell will be $18.50 per square foot on the existing building, $24.80 per square foot on the addition. This rate will remain the same for the first 5 years of the lease, and thereafter the rate is adjusted every 5 years by the CPI differential over the preceding term. UI Healthcare will also pay the monthly operating expenses for the building, estimated to be $2.39 per square foot, plus the real estate taxes. The landlord, at their own expense, will put on a new roof to the building, replace the air handling units in the building, upgrade the surface parking lots, and make other landscaping improvements. UI Healthcare will pay the cost for the interior to be designed, more or less gutted, and renovated, plus the cost of the building addition. These costs are estimated to be $35 to $40 million. There is a detailed construction rider as part of the lease agreement. The lease requires that all major components over $50,000 in the renovation to be bid through a competitive process with a minimum of 3 bids on each of those components. And UI Healthcare will pay for those costs upon substantial completion of the renovations. The renovated facility is expected to be occupied starting in the first quarter of 2027. And then the third lease is a relocation of one of the Mission Cancer and Blood locations in Des Moines to 110 East Court Street in Des Moines. The lease is for 41,000 square feet of space with an initial 10-year term plus the 4 5-year renewals, putting the total lease term available at 30 years. The space is sized to meet both the current space requirements for infusion suites and for future growth. UI Healthcare will occupy approximately 40% of this building. The owner is also developing a parking ramp across the street and will have the option of leasing up to 165 parking spaces. Initial base rent will be $25 per square foot with a 2.5% annual increase. Again, paying the proportionate care of the building operating and maintenance expenses. In this case, it would be the 40% of those overall building expenses, and those are estimated to be $3 per square foot plus the real estate taxes. The lease space within the building will need to be fully renovated to convert the space from a standard office building to a modern oncology-focused medical facility. Like the other leases, there's an extensive construction rider for the design and construction of the interior fit out with all of the subcomponents bid. These initial costs are expected to be $12 to $14 million, and UI Healthcare will pay those renovation costs upon substantial completion of the project. The building owner, at their cost and expense, will renovate and modernize the lobby, improve the exterior landscaping, install new air handler and chiller units, and construct a new drive-up pharmacy area to the building. Because we only occupy a portion of the building, there's not an option to purchase, but we have negotiated a right of refusal in the future in case the building owner chooses to sell the property. This project is being fast-tracked to meet some critical occupancy deadlines and the need to vacate other space. This project is expected to be completed and occupied in early 2026 or sooner. Because there's a lot of capital funds invested in these 3 lease facilities, we'll be providing monthly progress updates on the cost of construction to the board office and updating this committee at each upcoming meeting. UI Healthcare will not exceed the design and construction costs outlined today without coming back to this board and first obtaining their approval for any excesses over those amounts. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, David. Any questions for David? Yes, Regent Hensley.
A question on the fact that the university is going to cover the costs at almost the completion of the project. What's the sources of those funds?
Those would be hospital operating costs, cash reserves, and other operating expenses.
And is this typical as to how leases are covered?
Typical. There's not this much renovation in a lot of our leases. There's really 2 ways this could be done. One is for the such as this is where we're paying lump sum paying. The other would be for the landlord to extend these costs as additional rent over the term of the lease.
Amortize them into the cost of the
and
lease, yeah.
and then you'd be amortizing that. In this case here, because of the large dollar, the landlord would need to secure a long-term loan for that. Oftentimes, the building owner's cost of money is more expensive than ours, and so we prefer to just take those out of reserves or other sources and be able to pay those and not have those carrying costs. I think in these cases too, there was a little bit of maybe some hesitancy of the landlords taking that much of a loan out for the extended period of time of these lease terms. You could either do it for the entire lease, or you could have them carry it for 5 years or 10 years, whatever the term may be. But that's still an extensive commitment on the part of the landlord to do that.
So where was this office located before? Because I know part of the mission agreement was that we were going to try to coordinate the leases to stay where they are at. So where is this one coming from?
This is, I believe, Pleasant Avenue in one of the Unity Point facilities. And Brad, you may
Unity
want to
Point.
speak more to this.
With the purchase of Mission, we were granted a one-year extension of the lease that they had, which had expired at the end of the calendar year. Unity Point was not open to extend beyond that time, so that's why we're here. Fast track to find a location so we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for David? Okay, thank you, David.
Thank you.
Can I
Michael?
make a comment?
Oh, yes,
It's just that we did discuss this a lot at the committee level because we were concerned about this big of an investment, and at the end of the term, you don't own it. However, it could be extended to 40 years, and the rents are locked in, so we felt a lot more comfortable about it after we kind of talked through it.
Thank you, Regent Kramer. Any other questions, I guess, or comments? Okay. Thank you. Michael?
Items 4, 5, and 6 on the agenda relate to property with the city and our relationship with the city of Cedar Falls. I will just share up front that we have a very good working relationship, a very collaborative relationship with the city. When I talk to my colleagues across the country, that is not always the case. Sometimes there's actually a lot of tension between a university and the city. That is not the case in Cedar Falls. The city is rebuilding 23rd Street, which runs through the northern part of the campus. They're changing it from more of a street to a little bit more of a boulevard approach. And so item 4 involves 6 temporary construction easements during the construction period. One of the nice things they're doing, for example, is there's a stairway that serves the towers in the residential area. They have to rebuild that because of the construction, but they're also putting in an ADA ramp, which had been missing from that area as well. So the city's doing a good job on the project. So item 4 are 6 temporary construction easements that will help the city reconstruct that. Item 5, when we look along there, it was discovered that South Campus Street, and you can see this on page 9, actually the service drive that goes up to the Commons building and even under the Commons building is technically on record as being owned by the city. Neither the city nor the university believes that was the case when we built Commons back almost 100 years ago, but neither of us can find records. The county office can't find records, so we're cleaning that up a little bit. I did, tongue-in-cheek, offer to have the city contribute towards the deferred maintenance in Commons. As you may require, Commons is a deferred maintenance project we have in front of the legislature. It was in the governor's budget. It's in a Senate study bill right now. The city respectfully declined and offered to give us the street for $1. So we will accept that pending your approval. And then the last item is also some cleanup work going the other way from the university to the city. The square footage is very similar to what they're giving us for Commons. There's a little bit of parcel there on page 10. You can see associated the street as they make the street just a little bit wider. That's actually an enhancement. And then parcel 2 there is when we bought the bookstore about 8 years ago. There was a sliver of land that actually has a city parking lot on it. It really makes no sense for the university to continue with that. We don't have a need for that particular, and it would be disruptive to the parking environment on College Hill there, and so we would propose just giving that to the city then as well. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions on University of Northern Iowa easements? Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any other further comments or questions for the Property and Facilities Committee? Okay, then we will recommend these items for general consent. And I did want to mention we took a great tour of the Turkleton building today for industrial engineering. It was a fantastic state-of-the-art building, wonderful to see. Opens very soon. But it's nice to see that we're investing in students and of that particular major. But we found out today, too, I didn't realize this, But that industrial engineering is not just manufacturing, or it's construction, it's healthcare, it's finance, it's a broad spectrum. So when you think of serving workforce needs in Iowa, that's a wonderful thing to be able to contribute to. So thank you for the tour. It's a beautiful building. We look forward to seeing that open. So with that, Property and Facilities Committee is adjourned. Thank you.
The meeting of the Governance, Evaluation, and Human Resource Committee is called to order. I'll do roll call. Regent Bates is here. Regent Rouse?
Here.
Regent Weiswick?
Here.
Okay. We'll begin with the approval of the minutes from the February 27th meeting. Are there any changes? Hearing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. Our second agenda item is personnel appointments. Associate Counsel Kristen Bauer-Davis will present the appointments. Kristen?
Good morning. So we've got 3 personnel appointments today. For the University of Iowa Healthcare, the appointment of Brad Haas as Chief Executive Officer for University of Iowa Healthcare Medical Center and Jennifer Miller as Chief Administrative Officer for the University of Iowa Healthcare Medical Center downtown. Now, you might be questioning why we're bringing these 2 up, but we found out that there is a federal code that requires us to appoint an executive of each of our healthcare facilities. This is not something we have to do per our board policy, but we like to cross our T's and dot our I's. So we are bringing it to the board as a personnel appointment today. We also have the appointment of Carmen Dillon as the Chief Information Officer for the University of Northern Iowa.
Are there any questions about these personnel appointments? Then if there are no objections, the committee will recommend approval by general consent. Next, we have the ratification of collective bargaining agreements. Kristen will present.
So we've concluded collective bargaining for the 2025-2027 negotiations. We have a total of 5 contracts with our employees with the Regents institutions. 2 of them are state-held and 3 of them are Regent-held. So our Regent contracts, we have United Faculty at the University of Northern Iowa, which we agreed to a 3% increase in the base salary. With SCIU, which is at the University of Iowa, the Healthcare Nurses Union, we agreed to a 3% increase to the base and a 3% increase for both years of the contract. And then for COGS, which is our graduate students, or graduate assistants, at the University of Iowa, we agreed to a 3% increase in base and a 3% increase for both years of the contract. So those are the 3 that you will be approving and ratifying today. We also have the 2 state-held contracts, which are with AFSCME. So the state of Iowa actually is the primary on that. It includes a large number of our merit staff. There was a 2% increase to the base. And then with our AFSCME public safety, we have the 3% increase to the base and a 4.5% step. And just as a reminder, the public safety is a fully bargained contract as opposed to just a base wage contract. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? All right. If there are no objections, then the committee will recommend approval by general consent. Next, we have policy manual revisions. Executive Director Mark Braun will present.
Thank you. I'll cover items 4A and 4B together. These are some policy manual changes, and you might recognize these as some of the topics of conversation in this year's legislature. The first is the public posting of syllabi. The institutions will make available on their websites the syllabi for the courses offered. The information that will be posted is the course title, course description, general outline of the topics, textbooks, and the general description of the assessments that will be used for the course. The next policy manual update is business and finance area. This one was not a topic of conversation, but changing the equipment threshold from 5,000 to 10,000, which basically allows us to mirror the changes that were made by the Federal Office of Management and Budget. The next one is have to do with financial reporting for the units that receive state appropriations. This will be a quarterly report. It has to include things like the budget of revenues and expenditures, the actual revenues and expenditures, and personnel expenses. The following one is an annual report on foreign funding. The institutions must report each year any foreign funding in excess of $50,000. And the final policy manual is a tuition limit on base undergraduate tuition increases. It is that tuition increase cannot be any higher than a 3-year rolling average of the higher education price index. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? If there are no objections, the committee will recommend approval of the policy manual revisions by general consent. The business of the Governance, Evaluation, and Human Resources Committee has concluded, and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Mark. Now we'll take a break for lunch and reconvene the Academic Affairs Committee at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Mark told me not to be late. We're on time. So we're right on time, I think. I note that Regent Hensley and Regent Gipple are here, so all committee members are present. So with that, we'll start our meeting. Our first item of business is approval of our meetings, of our minutes from the February meeting. Were there any questions or concerns about those minutes? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the first item. And our first new business today is a request for restructuring at the University of Northern Iowa. Provost Herrera, if you want to take that.
Thank you, Regent Lindemeyer. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Dee Dee Heistad to talk through about the restructuring.
Good afternoon, everyone. The University of Northern Iowa is requesting board approval to reorganize the administrative structure of the College of Education. As you know, in 2023, July, the University of Northern Iowa moved several academic departments, including kinesiology, athletic training, and public health, from the College of Education to the newly established School of Health and Human Sciences. This reorganization left the College of Ed with unbalanced departments and led to inefficiencies, some limited collaboration, and difficulties in supporting the students, faculty, and the broader university. The new structure was developed with input from faculty and staff, and it's guided by principles of efficiency, collaboration, student focus, balance, and belonging. The college proposes to reduce its academic departments from 5 to 4, creating a more responsive and supportive administrative structure for modern educational needs. Currently, 2 departments, Curriculum and Instruction and Ed Psychology Foundations and Leadership Studies, comprise 2/3 of the faculty, while the remaining 3 departments, Health, Recreation, and Community Services, Special Education, and Teaching, make up the other 1/3. The reconfiguration is intended to provide a more integrated and supportive educational experience for students with better access to resources and opportunities for innovation and collaboration. The proposed reorganization will foster more streamlined degree pathways and ensure students gain relevant, up-to-date skills needed for their careers. Improved program alignment will provide equitable access to high-quality resources, while a cohesive educational experience will integrate coursework and clinical practice for more effective learning. Students will benefit from stronger support for clinical experiences and a centralized academic advising and teacher education office, improving access to clinical placements across the state, licensure, coordination, and academic guidance. Ultimately, this restructuring fosters a more supportive, collaborative environment, ensuring students feel valued and well-equipped for success in their future careers. Consultations with both Iowa State and the University of Iowa led to words of support and their congratulations on this project. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Okay, hearing none. We appreciate your work to find more efficiencies. We always appreciate that. Hearing no questions or concerns, the committee will recommend approval to the full board. Next, we have a new degree request from the University of Iowa. Provost Kriegel.
Thank you, Regent Lindemeyer. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge your service on the board and the last couple of years, your leadership on the Academic Affairs Committee. You've shown unwavering commitment to all 3 universities and done a really great job, I think, in supporting us through a lot of different challenges, clearly putting the university's academic mission front and center. So I think I speak for everybody, and thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you. That's real close to the way I wrote it. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
ChatGPT, right? So our first request is the creation of a new MS program in audiology. And this program is structured as an en passe degree, meaning it's a pass-through degree to get to another degree. There's no direct admission option here for this degree. Instead, it's supporting the four-year Doctor of Audiology program, which requires a year-long clinical externship, and that's in the fourth year of the program. So in their fourth year clinical externship, these students need to apply for a temporary licensure wherever they are in different states around the country where they're going to be doing their internship. And so this licensure requires a master's level degree, and the MS degree is awarded only to these Doctor of Audiology students who are in good standing in that specific PhD program during the completion of their third year. And that includes 85 semester hours, and a plan has to be in place to compete on their fourth year internship. So it's structured in a way to allow them to have this master's degree. Previously, these audiology doctoral students were awarded an MA in speech pathology and audiology, but that degree is no longer viable. It does not meet the professional requirements for audiology. And so this allows the audiology degree doctoral students to go forward in the straight path efforts. These are highly sought after degrees. This program in the recent US News rankings is #2 in the country. So very competitive, a lot of opportunities for employment for these individuals. And so this pass-through structure allows them to then more effectively engage. It's a more rigorous program, and it allows them to be effectively placed and prepared for their accreditation processes. The program's not going to require any new personnel, facilities, or any equipment.
Thank you. Any questions for Kevin? Regent Hensley?
Thank you. You've got projections here on the number of majors year by year. How do you identify those?
This has been a consistent number in the program. This is a very heavy hands-on training program. There's ratios of students to faculty, and there's a lot of clinical work in these. So this is a pretty standard number for each class to come in. And again, really, really competitive process for these students.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Hearing no other questions, we'll recommend that to the full board for approval. And then you have another request for a program change. Go ahead.
Correct, yes. So this is a change, same department. It's an MA in speech pathology and audiology. That's to change to an MS in speech language pathology to more accurately represent the program's scientific rigor and training. And this program recently was ranked #5 in the country in this specific area in US News and World Report. So again, another really strong program. The proposed name change will be aligned better with the curriculum and learning objectives of the program, as the curriculum does not include classes in audiology, which the name implies. The proposed degree type change from an MA to an MS will better represent the scientific rigor of the program and also help the program remain competitive among peers in other highly ranked programs in speech language pathology. The proposed name change and degree type change will allow for better representation of the curriculum and the preparation of the students in the program, and it should allow current students in the MA program, if they want, they can convert to this MS degree program once it's approved in speech language pathology, or otherwise they can finalize in the master's MA program if they so choose. Any new students coming in will just flow right into the MS program. The proposed change from the MA in speech pathology and audiology to the MS in speech language pathology is going to include 2 additional credit hours, and right now the MA requires 51 hours. This program will require 53 hours, and some of those hours are related to courses that currently are serving as electives, but it's also to allow for these requirements to be hit for their licensure and certification that are now required for these programs. And again, like the previous program, no financial commitments will be incurred with this transition.
Okay, great, pretty clear cut. Any questions for Provost Kriegel? Okay, hearing none, committee will make a recommendation for full approval of that to the board. And you have one other program change. Okay, Tanya.
The College of Liberal Arts and Sciences is requesting to change the administrative home of the Global Health Studies program, including the BA and BS degrees, from the Division of Interdisciplinary Programs to the Department of Anthropology, where it would be a sub-program. As noted in the docket material, a number of faculty in the Department of Anthropology teach courses in the Global Health Studies program and have contributed to the program's development in the past. With the proposed administrative restructure, Global Health Studies faculty will have more opportunity to collaborate with anthropology faculty on curricular offerings, thereby providing some streamlining of curriculum for Global Health Studies, as well as for the Department of Anthropology, and especially with the medical anthropology courses. Additionally, the proposed move should lead to more support for student engagement opportunities and connection with faculty interested in global health-related topics than their current administrative home, and that includes faculty to advise on co-curricular opportunities. There will be no curricular changes to the BA or BS degrees. Faculty with appointments in the Global Health Studies program will also move to the Department of Anthropology. No new resources are needed, and it is anticipated this move is cost neutral. Should there be any efficiencies or savings identified, they would stay within the college. It's intended for a permanent change, and if approved, would take place in July of 2025. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions? Okay, hearing none. Again, we appreciate the efficiencies involved there. Thank you. We'll recommend approval to the full board. And then University of Iowa has some program termination requests.
Correct. Again, along the theme of efficiencies here, I think we're requesting to terminate the MS and PhD programs in several programs in the College of Medicine, primarily anatomy and cell biology, free radical and radiation biology, molecular physiology and biophysics, and pharmacology, and also the PhD programs in molecular biology, molecular and cellular biology, and all of those are in the Carver College of Medicine. These freestanding programs were actually combined into an umbrella biomedical sciences program, with them being sub-programs back in 2016. At that point, they were suspended in terms of admission to those individual programs. So then the biomedical sciences sub-program structure has been meeting the needs of the students and faculty, and therefore the freestanding programs are no longer necessary. Everything funnels straight into this program, overarching program, and then the sub-programs are available for the different students. All of the current students, there are not very many at all, will be allowed to complete their degree under the academic program title and structure which they came into the program with, and there will be no more applications. There have not been any applications over the last 5 years. No students have been enrolled since 2021. And the resources for the freestanding programs were already absorbed by the biomedical sciences program at the time of that creation back in 2016. And closing these programs will ensure our program offerings are clear to prospective students. That's created some confusion in the past. And all of them will have been in suspended status and not have been matriculating any students whatsoever. Some other offerings around the state. Des Moines University offers an MS in anatomy and an MS and PhD in biomedical sciences. Iowa State offers an MS and PhD in molecular, cellular, and developmental biology. Iowa State also offers MS and PhD specializations in anatomy, cell biology, pharmacology, and physiology within the Department of Biomedical Sciences. We do not anticipate any impact on workforce with these termination of the programs whatsoever, and they will remain sub-programs in this umbrella biomedical program.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Kevin? Okay, thank you. Committee will recommend approval to the full board for that. Thank you. Next, Iowa State University has 3 new program requests. Provost Keith.
I'll ask Associate Provost Anne-Marie van der Zanden to present these.
Good afternoon. Iowa State proposes a bachelor's degree in digital and precision agriculture as part of the university's Degrees of the Future initiative. This is number 4 of 6 degrees that have received seed funding from President Winterstein and part of the new ISU strategic plan. This degree, offered by the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences and jointly administered by the Departments of Agronomy and Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering, will strengthen Iowa's bioeconomy by providing graduates with training in the technologies and data analysis that makes precision farming possible. These areas will include things such as plant and soil science, crop production, pest and weed management, as well as efficient irrigation practices. The new program is an appropriate fit with Iowa State's current academic strengths and in many ways represents the evolution of agriculture. As we noted in our docket item, the field of precision agriculture was born in Ames in 1992 with the development of the combine yield monitor by a local company called Ag Leader. Interest in the degree program is strong. Many of our students in the College of Ag and Life Sciences come from farming backgrounds, and they have seen firsthand how technology has become ubiquitous in their work. Looking broadly, no other Iowa university has a similar program, either among the Regents, private institutions, or community colleges. As a result, the proposed degree has received support from both Iowa and UNI, which we appreciate. We do plan to work closely with the Iowa community colleges to develop articulation plans that would allow those students to transfer into this program if they so choose. As shown in the docket item, we expect an initial enrollment of 20 students in the new major, going quickly to more than 120 in approximately 5 years. Additional costs to offer the program are minimal and will be supported by the tuition revenue from students in the program. Pending board approval, we would like to begin offering this program in fall of 2025. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Anne Marie? No. You want to go ahead and proceed with the next one? We'll just do blanket approval here, hopefully.
Okay, great. The next degree is a master's in financial technology. Iowa State proposes a master's degree in financial technology, also known as FinTech, which, like the precision agriculture degree, is part of our Degrees of the Future initiative. This is number 5 of 6. And as a side note, we plan on bringing number 6 of 6 to you in the fall. This degree, offered jointly by the Ivy College of Business and the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, will be administered by the Departments of Finance and Information Systems and Business Analytics in the Business College and the Department of Computer Science in LAS. FinTech is the application of technology in the financial services industry, including products such as mobile payments and digital wallets. So when I Venmo my kids or I pay for my coffee with my Apple Wallet, that's FinTech. The proposed degree program will strengthen Iowa's financial services workforce by providing graduates with skills in areas such as blockchain, AI, software development, and quantitative portfolio management. In terms of duplication, no other Iowa university has a similar program, and we appreciate the support of Iowa and UNI to offer this program. As shown in the docket item, we expect an initial enrollment of 15 students in the new major, doubling to 30 in 5 years. We also expect a large number of students not enrolled in the major to take some of the coursework because of their interests related to their other fields of study. Additional costs to offer the program are minimal, primarily related to developing additional courses, and that will be supported by the tuition revenue from students enrolled in the program. Pending board approval, we would like to begin offering this program in fall of 2025.
Any questions on that? I have one question. Do you have any information on the speculation of job opportunities? Is there any projection from the Department of Labor or Iowa Workforce Development in that particular field?
Yes, I don't know if it was included in the docket item, but that was certainly something that the Department of Finance as well as Computer Science looked at extensively when they decided to move forward with this degree proposal. They had received a lot of feedback from industry advisory boards about the interest in that, particularly in the various financial areas in Iowa.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Any other questions on that program? Okay, go ahead and take the third one.
All right. The third program is a master's in supply chain management. We are proposing an online master's degree in supply chain management offered through the Ivy College of Business. Iowa State already offers a bachelor's and doctoral degree in supply chain management. The addition of this online master's degree complements these offerings by creating an advanced option attractive to students already working in the discipline, as well as those who would like to upskill into the fast-growing field of supply chain. Ultimately, the degree will further develop highly qualified supply chain professionals who possess some advanced skills and to address current talent shortages that we're seeing in the industry. Students will have the flexibility to complete the coursework at their own pace, but can complete the program in as little as 12 months if they choose. Interest in the degree is expected to be strong, both from resident and non-resident students, and including those whose bachelor's degrees are in other disciplines. We expect an initial enrollment of 10 students in this new major, growing to 30 students in 5 years. Additional costs to offer the program are minimal and will be supported by tuition revenue generated from the program. As noted in the docket item, no other school in Iowa offers a master's in supply chain management, and as a result, the proposed degree has received support from both Iowa and UNI. And similar to the other programs, pending board approval, we would like to begin offering this program in fall of 2025.
Any questions or concerns? Okay. Hearing no concerns, the committee will recommend approval of all 3 programs. Thank you. Provost Keith, do you have a request for a new center?
Yes, sir. Iowa State proposes transitioning its Cyclone Civics Initiative into a board-approved center, which will be called the Center for Cyclone Civics. As noted in the docket item, the original initiative was established in response to the board's direction and will strive to offer programming in 3 broad areas: promoting civic literacy, including a basic understanding of American government and history, as well as our nation's philosophical traditions; developing civic skills needed for a highly functioning democracy; and creating a civic disposition where everyone understands their rights and duties as citizens. The proposed center will work to promote civic education and free speech principles across campus, and will work with Iowa State University Extension and Outreach to share programming across the state as well. In its current form as an initiative, Cyclone Civics is active already on campus, holding a professional development conference for faculty and staff in February, assessing current students' civic knowledge, which will provide a baseline for future efforts, and exploring topics for new courses across the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. The team is now planning a year-long celebration for the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, including invited lectures and other programming centered around civic literacy, civic skills, and civic disposition. Staffing and budget for the center are detailed in the docket item, and I would highlight that having a board-approved center will be helpful in attracting external funding from foundations and individual donors to support our efforts. In short, I would say we're very excited about this opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Regent Hensley.
Thank you. I'm really excited about this program and appreciate all the work and effort that's gone into it. A couple of questions. Carrie Chapman-Catt, I'm very familiar with that program, and I see that you're going to be working collaboratively. Do you have any specifics at this point as to how, are you going to be offering programs jointly?
There'll be a mix of programs that are offered separately by each of the centers as well as jointly.
Okay, and then on the budget that you have there, and you made references, if it's approved, that that would increase fundraising opportunities. What is the policy if somebody wanted to come forward for naming opportunities?
For naming opportunities, we would work with the ISU Foundation to put together a proposal in accordance with their policies to allow a donor to name the center.
I guess I'd like to see maybe what that would look like, because there are people out there asking questions, And if we had, an outline, an executive summary that, for X amount of dollars, you get to have your name on the program, and then, a sliding scale down that would give people opportunities to sponsor speakers or, whatever some of the other activities are. I think that would be very helpful in the fundraising.
I would be delighted to share details about how we do naming opportunities with you offline.
And Regent Hensley, I'll just add, the board has some policies around naming opportunities and what has to come before the board for approval as well. And so after the institution does their, yeah, that's right. And so we could share with you too what the board's standard policies are for all naming opportunities.
Because my guess is the $250,000 that's being allocated by the university, if there was additional private funding that were to be added to that, it would really enhance the program long-term wise.
You're absolutely correct, it would.
Okay, thank you.
Regent Barker?
Yep. Can you talk a little more about the relationship with Extension and how that would work?
Well, as an example, we highlighted the opportunity for the 250th anniversary, and so our thoughts are to have an event in all of Iowa's 99 counties. I think that would be something that we can really highlight, not only for this center, but the impact that the state is having on our nation.
Oh, that sounds great. Would there be an ongoing relationship with Extension also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Offering programming in counties and that kind of thing? Okay.
Yes.
And do you see, you mentioned the center at UNI, University of Iowa maybe getting a Center for Intellectual Freedom. So do you see collaboration between those?
When this was presented to the Council of Provosts, there was discussion between all of the 3 Regent universities about how they could collaborate across all of their centers on promoting civic engagement.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns about the new center? Okay, hearing none, we'll recommend full approval to the full board.
We take Venmo too.
Pardon me? I didn't hear.
They take Venmo.
Oh, thank
you.
Thank you. At this time, it's this time of year that we receive the annual tenure report, and Chief Academic Officer Rachel Boone will share some remarks about that and present the data. Rachel?
Thank you, Regent Lindenmeyer. In the docket, you find the annual tenure report. This report really is focused on the processes and policies associated with tenure at all 3 institutions. Those are pretty stable from year to year, so this report really reads pretty similarly to one that the board has received in prior years in terms of that process. You see there's robust support for faculty, but also expectations for faculty in the pre-tenure process. The tenure process and decision itself is a lengthy and I would argue very rigorous one. And then in addition, there are annual post-tenure reviews and, well, annual faculty reviews, and then some more extensive post-tenure reviews that occur using external evaluators. Again, all of the processes and policies for that are described in the docket. And we'd be happy to take any questions, and I'm sure the provosts are better equipped to answer most of those questions.
Any questions? Okay, great.
Well, I'll transition straight into then presenting to the board for your approval. This is an action item, the proposed 2025-26 promotion and tenure actions. As you will see, there's a request for 259 actions for next year. This includes, I believe, 77 that are for tenure and promotion, 1 that is tenure only, and the 181 that are promotion only. This is a number in total that is down from last year, but I will remind those of you who were here last year as well. Last year there was a little bit of what I would call a COVID catch-up that happened. As we've sort of come out from the pandemic, there have been different phases and ebbs and flows in this, and so I wouldn't put a lot of energy into thinking about the totals right now because we're still sort of rebalancing and getting everybody back on track. So these are the 259 for your approval today.
Any questions? Regent Barker.
Yeah, just looking through the table, I don't see many trends except UNI. It looks like the percentage tenure track dropped by more. Any reason for that?
think at the end of the day, we're trying to match up with benchmark partners. So we have 10 board-approved partners. On the upper 50s, lower 60s is where we want to be. We were a little higher than most of the institutions in our group. And so we were trying to trend down to about 59%, which is where you see it today.
All right, that was really my question. Is this something you wanted to have happen or not? Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, hearing no concerns, the committee will recommend approval to the full board of all 259 requests. Next item on our agenda is the board at our last meeting had asked for a report on workforce alignment for programs, and Rachel Boone will handle the comments on that.
Thank you. Yes, just a brief update to let you know what has been sort of the initiation of this work since the February 27 meeting when this direction came from the board. The universities have been working with that. We have a team of people from each university that we have started meeting with on a pretty regular basis. I think we've already had 3 or 4 meetings to start laying out what we'll do in terms of getting information pulled together, what our parameters are for what's a program. We have to define things, right? So we think through a lot of that. We've been getting that work going to identify how we might package this information that best shows how we can capture workforce alignment at a program level, at a degree level, to be able to share with you all. So we're hoping to, and one piece of that we've also been doing, aside from our internal team that's working on this, is started engaging with some of our external partners. So we, through the board office, have been in touch with the Iowa Department of Education, thinking about our community college partners and the roles that they play in educating our students, as well as working with Iowa Workforce Development to look at some of the data on labor projections that they have, data on employment and openings throughout the state and industry needs throughout the state. We are also planning to engage with Iowa Business Council and other external partners as well to inform this work. But we haven't gotten to all of those steps yet because it's only been 6 weeks. So we've been busy doing a lot of the other prep work. So we have a significant amount of information and expertise that we're already amassing and will continue to do so. I don't anticipate that we would bring the board an update at every board meeting, but I do want you to know the work is underway and we feel good about being on target to have a really good product to bring forward to you for the November meeting. And happy to take questions at any time between now and then, but I just wanted to kind of kick that off and answer any initial questions you have now. Make sure this is the direction that you were hoping we would go with this.
Great. Thanks, Rachel. Any questions for Rachel? Regent Hensley?
Thank you. This is great information. I really appreciate hearing all of the activity and the collaboration you're working with everybody on. So I'm excited to see what comes back. You did mention one group there that I think is really important, and that's the Iowa Business Council.
Yeah.
I think that they will be extremely excited to participate, and I think there would be just a wonderful opportunity for the Regents as a whole to work with them. I know they have business roundtables twice a year, and I've just had some very preliminary conversations. I think it would be nice if those could be expanded to be inclusive of staff and regents on a regular basis. So,
thank you. I will add, and actually I'm probably not the right person to give you much information on this, but others at the table could. The Business Education Alliance is an area where all 3 institutions have regular participation and engagement, and so I think part of it, and that's under the sort of umbrella of the IBC as well. Yep, that's right. So the Business Education Alliance, I know, will be one of the key audiences that we're thinking about a lot, but the other business roundtable opportunities are certainly ones we should keep on our radar. So thank you for that suggestion.
and the other one would be the Iowa Chamber of Commerce group. They obviously have a lot of interest in workforce development, and that's a statewide organization that I think could be very, very helpful.
Thank you. Good suggestion.
Any other questions for Rachel on that topic? Okay, thank you for that report on the progress. Next item on the agenda is a presentation on the university's efforts in supporting first-generation students. Rachel, you want to introduce the
Yeah, while we're
presenters?
transitioning and our presenters are making their way forward, I will do a quick introduction. And I will start by saying this idea of talking to the board and presenting to the board on support for first-generation students really came from the provosts. They felt like it was a good time to really bring forward and reemphasize the work that's happening on all 3 campuses. We're in the middle of, we're nearing the end of, I should say, our recruitment season right now for next fall's entering class. And so there's been a lot of, engagement with families across the state, many of which fall into this category of first-generation families. And so I thought it was an excellent time. The provosts were right to highlight the work that's happening in all 3 campuses on this. So we have Dee Dee Haysted is going to share with us for UNI. We have Sharon Evans is representing Iowa State University through the area of student life and student affairs work. And then Tanya Udenholman will represent the University of Iowa. So I believe Dee Dee will kick us off here.
I certainly will. So I'm excited to be here today. This topic of first-generation students and how we support them is really near and dear to my heart. And I think that as you all know, I'm going to go ahead and move that. There we go. The 3 Regent universities do serve a significant number of students who are the first in their families to achieve a 4-year degree. And so today, together, we just want to share with you some of the ways in which all 3 of us support students. The first thing to be aware of is the fact that nationally, retention and graduation rates are lower for first-generation students as compared to students whose parents have completed a bachelor's degree. And it's important to note that these gaps exist even after controlling for other pre-college demographic and academic characteristics. With that said, there isn't one singular reason for these differences, but rather accumulation of reasons that connect to different levels of experience with higher education in general, opportunities for financial assistance, and access to academic resources. Now I would like to share with you a few ways in which UNI supports these first-generation students. At UNI, 34% of our entering freshmen and 37% of our new transfer students are in fact first-gen students. A disproportionate number of our first-gen students do have significant financial need as compared to our student body overall. While 33% of our freshmen and 41% of our new transfer students overall qualify for the Pell Grant, a measure of significant financial need, that percentage increases to over 50% for first-generation students. It's at this intersection of first-gen and low income where we see more pronounced gaps in retention and graduation rates. And it's another reason we continue to expand our financial outreach and support efforts. So 2 examples, one from early on in a student's career and then one for kind of an end of career, end of university career experience. To support first-gen students, UNI has a number of early intervention initiatives. UNI faculty and staff collect information from a number of university sources to identify students who are at risk of leaving the university, and then use that information to prioritize different forms of outreach. One of the areas of outreach is related to finances, where indicators such as a past due U-bill, student responses to our check-in surveys that are called things like the Connection Survey, the RISE survey, which we presented to you before. These check-in surveys can indicate financial concerns and sometimes FAFSA issues. So when a student has a financial concern or a FAFSA issue, and reports that on these types of early intervention surveys, that really triggers us to reach out to them. We reach out to the students by phone, by email, and text to help them work through their concerns. So, for example, in some cases, students have misunderstood a part of the progress. For example, the verification process. And in that case, really all they need to do is sit down with one of our staff and work through the process, hit the right button. And this is especially true for those students whose parents and family members don't really have any experience with any of these types of systems and university resources. Two additional UNI programs that I'd like to highlight provide targeted assistance to first-generation students by recognizing the importance of providing critical guidance to those whose families are less familiar with higher education. First, there is the PACE program. PACE is a holistic advising program designed for first-generation and Pell-eligible students during their first year on campus. It's focused on long-term academic success and career readiness. PACE is open to both new freshmen and new transfer students. Our PACE advisors provide one-to-one advising and dedicated workshops on topics such as accessing academic resources, goal setting, and decision-making, and often helps them with guidance in navigating universities' policies and procedures, and eventually with assistance with career connections. PACE serves 135 students per year, and participants are retained at a rate 9 percentage points higher on average than non-participant students with a similar profile. In addition to programming like PACE that focuses on building a strong foundation during their first year on campus, UNI also offers opportunities that provide guidance for first-generation students in the latter part of their degree. And with this, I'd like to share with you some information about our Legacy Scholars program. Legacy Scholars is a 2-year program housed within our Honors and Scholars program that is designed to support high-potential, first-generation, and low-income students who would like to pursue graduate or professional degrees after completing their bachelor's degrees. Students who are the first in their families to achieve a bachelor's degree often have limited knowledge or experience with the process of preparing for and applying to graduate and professional programs. Our Legacy Scholars are nominated by faculty and once admitted, attend monthly seminars during their junior and senior years, participate in one-to-one coaching, complete summer research projects, and create graduate school application materials, all with the guidance of campus professionals. I will close with just one example of a Legacy Scholar. Her name is Emma Pellegrino. You have her picture up there in front of you. Emma is a recent UNI graduate from Altoona, Iowa, who received her bachelor's degree in biology at UNI and is today pursuing a PhD in molecular and environmental toxicology. When asked about the impact of Legacy Scholars, Emma replied, "This was the first space that I didn't feel ashamed of how little I knew about graduate school. Now, those in my cohort are preparing for our graduate programs, knowing that we belong in higher education and can bring that capacity and confidence with us beyond UNI and beyond the Legacy Scholars program."
Thank you. First and foremost, thank you for the invitation to share Iowa State University's success serving our first-generation students. At Iowa State, nearly 1 in 5 undergraduate students identify as first-generation. Notably, nearly 9% of all undergraduates are both first-gen and low-income. Commonly, these two populations of students are at a higher risk of facing academic challenges. So today, I will highlight programs proven to be highly effective in supporting our first-generation students. Through the implementation of the initiatives listed on the screen, TRIO Student Support Services and Hickson Opportunity Awards continue to have a positive impact on our student success. The retention rate for students participating in Hickson and TRIO exceed the average for all first-generation students. Further, Hickson and TRIO students' 4- and 6-year graduation rates exceed other first-generation students. They also outperform the undergraduate student population as a whole. Conversely, underperformance generally happens when first-generation students are not connected to programs such as these. Summarily, these students engaged in these programs are more successful in attaining their degrees. In anticipation of the Hickson program sunsetting in 2035, the rollout of the First Scholars Office began in 2023 with the charge of continuing the legacy of supporting first-generation students through expanded retention efforts. Opening its doors in fall of 2024, the First Scholars Office delivers a variety of initiatives that align with TRIO and Hickson, along with the programs and services outlined on the screen. Combined, these efforts help ensure our first-generation students not only stay enrolled, but thrive. I would like to end by introducing you to Taya. Her journey at Iowa State is a powerful example of both student persistence and the impact of our first-generation support programs. As a first-gen student, she struggled to afford college, causing delays to her course registration. This caused significant stress, taking a toll on both her academic performance and her well-being. Despite these challenges, Taya remained determined to finish her degree. She continued conducting research focused on endangered Iowa species and served as an undergraduate teaching assistant. With her financial challenges threatening her ability to continue, Taya contacted the First Scholars Office, who awarded her a senior completion grant, along with identifying and securing financial support through other resources. Currently, and with great pride, I am happy to share she remains enrolled in her master's degree program and is making meaningful contributions to the field of wildlife research right here in this great state of Iowa. I would like to thank you for your time and open to any questions at the end.
Our work at the University of Iowa on thinking about how to better support first-generation students as a campus community began many years ago and was based on student experience data, telling us that first-gen students were not experiencing the university in the same way as our continuing generation students. They were less likely to feel that they belonged, less likely to engage with peers and faculty, and more likely to work both on and off campus. And of course, as has been noted, had lower retention and graduation rates. And actually, our focus on first-gen student success became part of our last cycle's Higher Learning Commission Quality Initiative. It really gave us a jump start during our last cycle and was our catalyst for creating our first generation task force and infusing first-gen success into various campus-wide committees and really demonstrating an institutional commitment to supporting our first-gen students. Because we know that it takes a multifaceted approach to really help our first-gen students in supporting their success, our work can be categorized in 3 ways: programs, faculty partnerships, and networks. My colleagues have highlighted programs in their campuses to support first-gen programs, so I'll just briefly mention our First-Gen Hux program that currently serves about 150 to 170 students during their first year through academic coaching, peer mentoring, social activities, and early engagement with experiential learning opportunities. This program has narrowed the retention gap between program participants and the overall population, and students overwhelmingly tell us how much the program helped them in their transition to college and navigating some of the things that we may take for granted, but that hidden curriculum that they have. Another area we've been focusing on is partnering with faculty on course and curriculum innovations. A great example is the work that's been done in the Department of Chemistry. As you know, chemistry has very large gateway courses that are especially important for those interested in sciences or healthcare-related careers. The faculty reevaluated and updated curriculum and implemented evidence-informed teaching practices. These changes, which benefit all students, have been found to provide an additional benefit for our first-gen students. It's important to note that the chemistry department maintained, if not increased, course rigor and course sequences to enhance student learning and to ensure preparation for a wide variety of careers in which a background in chemistry is beneficial. In addition to course improvements, we've expanded supplemental instruction efforts and also implemented Learning Assistance, which is a national program that embeds trained peer leaders in large lecture courses. And as you can imagine, sometimes students are much more likely to go to their peers than they are to want to engage with their faculty member. So LAs allow instructors to integrate active and collaborative learning during lectures that are facilitated by trained peers. And we've observed, because of these efforts, a decline in DFW rates. And it's really important because the gap between first gen and continuing gen students has really narrowed in these courses, which we're really happy about. Lastly, I just want to say of how important it is to have a campus-wide network of faculty and staff committed to supporting first-gen students. We established an initiative called First Gen at Iowa, which was an evolution of our initial First Gen Task Force, which is focused on coordinating collaborative spaces and training for faculty and staff interested in helping first-gen students. As part of this network, we established a First Gen at Iowa Mentor Network. Almost 400 faculty and staff have volunteered to serve as mentors and advocates. The Mentor Network isn't about formal programming, but instead making connections between first-gen students and faculty and staff. We've also implemented a First-Gen Student Celebration Week and awards ceremony to celebrate students, faculty, and staff who've made a positive difference. It's really a great ceremony if you have a chance to attend. In the interest of time, I'll end my comments. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to be able to share what we're working on across our institutions. And I think it's really making a difference, and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions or comments? Regent Barker.
I think you said roughly 1 in 5 students are first gen. Has that increased or decreased over the last 10, 20, 30 years?
And it may vary by our institutions. Ours is at about 20%. It's maybe decreased a little bit, but that's been fairly stable.
Decreased
just
over time, a little, okay.
Just a tiny bit, if
Okay.
you think about it. There are still, if you look at it, and I think you all know this, but in rural parts of the state especially, I know that when we look at the First Gen Hawks program, a number of our participants are from rural Iowa. We do still see, a number of rural Iowans who are the first in their family to go to college. So it hasn't been, I would say, a statistically significant, decrease or anything, but maybe just a bit.
For Iowa State, it looks like we have had that same kind of increase over the last 9 years.
Okay. Great. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on that? I have a comment. I'm so proud of the Regents universities for taking this on. Coming from the community college system, and I worked in Job Corps for a while, which is even more of an under-resourced population. If you talk to those students, none of them, most of them, would never aspire to a 4-year degree, and they're all capable of that. And you've been helping them for a long time, but I'm so grateful that you're overtly taking that on now. I think you'll be great benefactors of that. I've had extended conversations with Provost Herrera about this, and it's to answer David's question. When I was in the community college system, we used to do an orientation with parents every year. We'd get them in the gymnasium, and we'd say, okay, how many of you, this is the first person in your family to go to college? Every year, almost every hand goes up. It's an insatiable market, I think. And I know when you're dealing with under-resourced kids in Iowa, we did the research when we were lobbying to build a new Job Corps center in Iowa. There's 100,000 kids a year in Iowa that start in the pipeline that are under-resourced for one reason or another. Almost all of those are first-generation students. So we've got a long way to go, but you're making great progress. So thank you. Any other questions or
I just say
Regent?
amen to what you said, because I too would agree that this is such a touchy-feely time in their lives, and they're making all these changes, and for you to be there and have your people there for them, God bless that work.
And I'll tell you another thing. If you want an effective lobbying effort, get a handful of these kids and put them in front of the legislature. There won't be a dry eye in that room. So, thank you. Any other questions? I'm not getting emotional about this. This is my allergies. That's what I always tell people. So, any other questions?
Well, before we adjourn, I just want to say this last 2 minutes is a great example of why we're going to miss Regent Lindenmeyer a lot. So I wanted us to take a second to thank you for your leadership.
Thanks. Thank you. And I want to take a moment to thank, the last meeting, I took a minute to acknowledge and thank the leadership at our universities. It's truly great. But I want to thank to my colleagues and also the Regents board office staff. You don't realize how much support they provide to us and all of you in keeping us connected and informed, and in some cases, I'd say in my case, propped up sometimes. But it's been a great, fulfilling experience for me, so thank you. I owe you more thanks than you owe me, for sure. Any other questions or comments? With that, our meeting of the Academic Affairs Committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call the meeting of the Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee to order. Our committee members are here and want to officially welcome Regent Gipple for her first in-person meeting. Sorry to interrupt. Regent Dunkel. Welcome to your first in-person meeting. We're really pleased to have you here. And I also want to echo my thanks to Regent Lindenmeyer for all the work and dedication you've given to the board. It's been a pleasure to serve alongside you in many different capacities, and just echoing what everybody else has said, but especially we'll miss your wit and humor along the way as well. So thank you. We'll begin with the approval of the minutes from the February 27th meeting. Are there any changes? Hearing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. Our next agenda item is the Disability Support Services presentation given by representatives from the 3 universities, which we have 2 representatives here present. I'd like to welcome to the table Clara Hernandez and Michael Venzen. I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us today. We are the directors of the disability offices at 2 of our 3 Regent institutions. My name is Clara Hernandez, and I am from here at Iowa State.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Venzen, representing the University of Iowa.
And unfortunately, Tiffany Dodd from the University of Northern Iowa is not able to join us today, but she worked really closely with us on this presentation as well. We are excited to share our work with you today. Throughout this presentation, we will highlight our processes, the role of accommodations, and the collective impact of our services on our universities. So our offices work with many students who may or may not have received accommodations in high school. Some students come to us with new diagnoses or experiencing barriers at the university level that they did not face in K-12, while others have had IEPs or 504s in the past. It is important to note that high school accommodations do not automatically transfer to a university for a variety of reasons, but we will get more into that later. Therefore, our primary goal is to first determine whether or not a student's diagnosis rises to the level of disability, and then determine any appropriate accommodations for students who seek our services. This involves a thorough review of medical documentation, meetings with the student, and oftentimes collaboration with faculty or departments. Our teams work closely with a variety of campus partners, which may include tabling at admissions and orientation events to help students and their families understand how accommodations work at the university level, connecting with individual faculty members about course requirements to help determine whether a specific accommodation would be appropriate, or connecting with larger departments, department heads, deans, or faculty leadership groups to help our campus community understand the process for receiving accommodations, but also to build relationships that help us develop better accommodations and processes. All of this work helps ensure we are in compliance with applicable state and federal laws and reduces liability risk at our universities.
Accommodations are in place to ensure that all students can fully participate in their courses and engage with their peers. On this slide, we have a couple of examples to illustrate this. First, consider a student who's deaf or hard of hearing. This student may require captions on video shown in class to access that information. Without captions, they would miss out on crucial content, which could hinder their learning and participation. By providing captions, we ensure that they have the same level of access to the educational material, allowing them to engage fully with the course content and their classmates. Another example may be a student who needs extra time on exams. This could be due to a disability impacting their reading comprehension, fine motor skills, processing speed, or their use of assistive technology. For instance, a student with dyslexia may struggle with reading quickly, while a student with fine motor skill challenges may find it difficult to write answers legibly and swiftly. By granting extra time, we enable these students to demonstrate their knowledge without being penalized for their disability. These accommodations ensure their performance reflects their understanding of the material rather than the limitations imposed by their disabilities.
As I mentioned earlier, accommodations in higher education are a little different from the 504s and IEPs in high school that many people are familiar with. In high school, the school is responsible for identifying and evaluating disabilities, and parents and teachers are actively involved in planning and the support of the student. However, in college, the dynamics change a little. Students must self-identify and provide adequate documentation for accommodation requests. Parents and instructors have limited involvement in the process, as well as more limited access to records. And this shift in responsibility can be challenging for students, but it also equips them to take control of their education and advocate for their needs.
Since our departments have existed on the three universities, staff have connected many times, having good times usually when we do connect. However, with the phenomenal support, knowledge, and assistance provided by Jason at the Board of Regents office, this past year we decided to undertake a project that ultimately supports all three universities. Throughout the year, the three of us, along with Jason, met regularly to collaborate on an update to our data collection and reporting processes for our annual report to you all. Our goal was to modernize, clarify, and standardize data, and data collection and reporting. Sorry, this new reporting style aligns with the DSM-5 text revision and professional best practices. It clarifies verbiage, reflects current accommodation supports, and simplifies reporting. By updating the language, we ensure that our data remains relevant and does not become outdated due to changes in technology, as has happened in the past. In the past, some of the accommodations reported on included now obsolete technologies, which some of the folks in this room may be familiar with. Regent Gipple, I'm not sure if you know cassette tapes. We used to have books on tape, typewriters, and tape recorders as recently as this past year as one of our reporting structures. So you will notice in our new categories, which will be shown in a few slides, that we have modernized the verbiage in a way that hopefully reduces the risk of terminology quickly becoming outdated. Okay, the graph on this slide shows the trends we have seen over the past 10 years related to students registered with our offices. These data points represent the total number of students at our 3 universities registered for accommodations within 4 main categories of diagnosis. Not only did we modernize the terminology used for each category, but we also classified the description of the categories, which supports understanding and consistency as the universities continue to move forward, while also allowing the previous data to remain applicable. Our goal was to better describe the types of disabilities students are experiencing and more accurately align our reporting with current medical standards. We've seen an increase in all of these categories, but as you can see, the highest increases have been in neurodevelopmental and psychological diagnoses.
So looking more closely at the categories of diagnoses, neurodevelopmental and psychological conditions are currently the most common among students registered with our offices. Examples of neurodevelopmental disabilities can include diagnoses like autism, ADHD, or dyslexia, which is a reading disability, whereas students with psychological disabilities may include diagnoses like PTSD, depression, or anxiety. Diagnoses students with chronic health disabilities may have include those related to gastrointestinal system, such as Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, or diagnoses like epilepsy, cystic fibrosis, or diabetes. Students with sensory disabilities, which is our smallest category, includes students who may be deaf, hard of hearing, or blind. The percentages shown represent the average percentages of the number of students connected with our offices across all 3 universities, and it is important to note on there that many students have multiple diagnoses, which fall into multiple categories, so that total percentage is going to be over 100% there.
As mentioned before, we have updated the language surrounding the types of accommodations we provide our students. This new language categorizes accommodations into presentation, response, setting, and timing or scheduling accommodations. These categories are meant to encompass the types of accommodations we provide rather than specifying the technology or ways we provide these accommodations to ensure that they do not become quickly outdated or unapplicable. Diving into these categories a little more, so presentation accommodations include tools like text-to-speech software and captions to support students in accessing the information presented to them in classes. Response accommodations include options for students to respond in class and on exams, such as using a scribe or speech-to-text software. Setting accommodations focus on where a student may test or participate in class, such as extended time on exams and low distraction locations. Timing and scheduling accommodations may include the options for students to register early for classes or flexibility in deadlines for specific assignments. These categories reflect the main types of academic accommodations our offices approve. Updating these categories help us to better communicate the relationship of the accommodation to a disability, what needs to be implemented, and who will do that implementation to our campus communities. Ultimately, this helps our offices provide better support to our campuses and plan more effectively for current and future needs.
So in conclusion here, the increasing numbers and complexities of accommodation requests have emphasized that need for consistency and collaboration between our 3 universities, and we do look forward to continuing to collaborate and work together. We also just have to give a huge thank you to Jason for his instrumental role in our efforts to unify our data and reporting, and for providing some of the building blocks for continued collaboration. We have really appreciated the knowledge and perspective he brings to our meetings, and I think we can all agree that we enjoy these meetings and actually really look forward to them.
Okay, thank you for your time and attention. We appreciate you inviting us here today and are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you so much. Are there any questions? Regent Hensley?
Thank you. This is very informative. Going back to the neurodevelopmental aspect that you were talking about, do the students that have these types of disabilities, do they actually get degrees or do they get certificates? Is it a combination?
So they get degrees, so they are expected to show the same standards and meet the same standards as all students. Accommodations are just helping them gain access rather than changing the curriculum that they are following.
Okay, and then for those students that are going through those programs, do they pay the same amount of tuition? Are there scholarships available to them? And the reason I'm asking is the REACH program at the University of Iowa, which I've heard really positive things about. I'm told that they're not eligible for scholarships. They have to pay the full tuition. And I think they would fall in the neurodevelopmental program statistic that you're talking about. So can you address that?
Yes, so you're referring to the UI REACH program through our College of Education. So students in the UI REACH program can register with the Office of Student Disability Services. It's encouraged. In fact, the REACH program is trying to get all of their students to be enrolled in at least one UI academic course outside of the REACH curriculum. And so the students that are in the REACH program would fall on, in the numbers, the data, they're included in that if they are registered with SDS. But
So
the
would they-
majority, you're talking about a cohort of less than, I think, 60 total. We have roughly almost 2,200 students register with our office, so they're a very small percentage.
So do they have to pay full tuition, or are they eligible for a scholarship if they do pay full tuition?
I'm not certain about the scholarship answer, and we can find out about that. It's a specialized program. Many of the students, their families would tell us that they didn't expect their students to ever be able to be in a college atmosphere, as you probably know. So they take skill-based classes, communication-based classes. They live in our residence halls, which is a part of their experience, but they do pay a specialized tuition for that very tailored experience. So they aren't matriculating for degrees, but they do get certificates in that particular program. We do integrate them quite fully into the life of the university, but in that specific way in terms of the tuition, it is a specialized program, so they pay a separate tuition. We can find out about the scholarship piece for you.
And I'd just be curious, are there other programs that you're talking about up here that get certificates as opposed to degrees? Is that the only one?
Yeah, it is the only one. I've worked at another institution that has something similar, and it's just as described, but they're common at institutions, but we don't have one at UNI.
Okay, thank you.
President Bates?
Yes, I just have a comment. I think it's wonderful the work you do to accommodate, to help these students be as independent and run their own life as possible. That doesn't always happen. When somebody has a need, you kind of want to mother, or you want to take care of them, and I see that you're really trying to help them be as independent as possible. So kudos to you all.
Thank you.
I was curious, is like somebody in a wheelchair, a physical disability, where is that included in this data? I mean, I'm assuming this office is where you would need assistance, say if there are classrooms that maybe aren't as accessible as others, for example?
Yeah. So that is one of the categories that we had previously had. Right here, we used to specifically have a category on mobility, but that could be caused by many different types of diagnoses. So that's how they're kind of getting put into the new categories that we have. Usually that's due to chronic health, but if there is a different underlying condition to that, but they are included in this data. So most of those are likely in the chronic health category.
And going with that, you do assist with the mobility aspect of making sure they're able to get to each of their classes and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I know for sure at Iowa State, we have a really close relationship with the facilities planning and management team to help with getting and room scheduling to help get their classes scheduled in accessible locations and make sure they have accessible spaces.
Right now, we're literally working on our summer enrollment to look at if there are any classrooms where there might be issues with accessibility. Also, all of the students registered with Student Disability Services are eligible at Iowa for priority registration, so they get to register, I think it's on day 6 or so. And one of the helpful parts for us is if we do need to plan for future accommodation needs, we have more time to be able to do that. So for example, we're already starting to work on what needs some of our students may have for summer enrollment.
I'll just add a piece for Tiffany that we also at UNI, we will work with students who have mobility concerns on snow removal, so letting them know, and I'm sure my colleagues do this as well, making sure that we work with facilities to have paths cleared first if we know that student needs to get to a classroom right away or residence halls. And then we also will do campus tours for prospective students or students at orientation with their families to go through the campus to look at mobility issues. And then we also We'll work on our annual safety walk, which I'm sure all of us do, to continuously evaluate sidewalks, doors, to make sure buttons are working, things like that. And I would know that my colleagues would do that too.
Wonderful. Are there any other questions? Oh, Regent Barker?
Sure. You know, the trends in that slide are pretty astonishing. Do you think that's because you're identifying more students with disabilities that have always been there, or is it that we're attracting more students with disabilities because of these services? And do you expect that trend to continue?
I think the higher numbers could be attributed to just increased awareness, increased reporting. The pandemic with COVID-19, we saw definitely an influx in the impact of what some of those non-traditional learning environments had impacted students. So for example, more students with ADHD were realizing I don't maybe do very well when I'm just looking at a Zoom for hours and hours, like I might have to seek out that assistance. So I think the opportunities on our campus exist. I know we try to collaborate with our campus partners and our colleagues, like in orientation and admissions. We strive to never miss a tabling event, like wanting to make sure we're there to answer questions and share that. I know we're constantly meeting with like our academic advising folks and all of our campus partners and colleagues to make sure they know we exist. So if a student does mention, maybe they used accommodations in high school, or they mention an IEP or a 504 plan, we try to make sure that they don't need to know everything about our office, but they know where we exist, and that we're able to at least try to answer some questions. So I think that that's a huge part of it.
Expect that these trends to continue?
I think so, sure.
Okay.
I think that's expected both, if you look at disability both globally and in the United States, they're continuing to increase, so we would expect to see that on our campuses.
Any other questions? All right, with that, appreciate your time and being here to present. And that will conclude the business for the Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee. Thank you.
Then it's a break between audit and UIC.
Is there? I go page by page by page. Okay. The meeting of the Iowa Board of Regents for April 23rd, 2025 will come to order. I will begin by calling the roll. Regent Dunkel.
Here.
Regent Barker.
Here.
Regent Hensley. Here. Regent Rouse.
Here.
Regent Reiswick.
Here.
Regent Lindemeyer.
Here.
Regent Gipple.
Here.
Regent Kramer.
Here.
Regent Bates is present. We have a quorum and the meeting can proceed. Now I'll turn it over to Regent Dunkel, who will run the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting.
Thank you, President Bates. We'll call the Audit and Compliance Committee together. And the first item is the minutes of February 27th, 2025, Audit and Compliance Committee meeting. Are there any questions? They were in your packet. Any changes? Okay, then, the committee will approve the minutes by general consent. And so I'll recognize Deputy Auditor of State Brian Bergstrom to present the state audit reports. Brian?
Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to join you today. The second agenda item lists the various FY 2024 reports that I'll mention today. The Board of Regents staff has prepared a good summary of the reports and findings related to the Regent operations. The FY 2024 reports I will briefly highlight today include the statewide annual comprehensive financial report and the separate reports on each university. The first report listed is the State of Iowa Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, the ACFR, which is a statewide audit report that includes the financial information of the Regents institutions along with all the rest of state government operations. For this report, there was an unmodified or clean opinion was issued on the state's ACFR, which means everything was fairly presented. The next 9 reports listed are the separate reports on each university. These include financial statement reports, internal control letters, and single audit reports. From the board's perspective, the key things to note in these reports are that for the financial statements, each university received an unmodified or clean opinion on their standalone financial statements, which means they were fairly presented. For the University of Iowa and the University of Northern Iowa, there was nothing noted in our internal control reports that rose to the level of a material weakness. For Iowa State University, there was one material weakness noted related to bond segment reporting and the financial statements were corrected for this. And I've talked to our in-charge and manager for that audit, and they believe that that finding should be resolved for next year, that they're working toward making sure that that's not an issue in the future. For each university, there was a single audit report that was issued by March 31st. There were no non-compliance to discuss in those reports, nor were there any material weaknesses over the major programs tested. The 2024 report of recommendations for the Board of Regents, as well as each university, will likely be issued in June or shortly thereafter after we wrap up a little more compliance work and just wrap up the audits. Wanted to give you a brief status of the IT applications that we're working on reviewing. These are done to support our work on the financial statements. For SUI, a review of the Maui Student Financial Aid System was completed, and I'm glad to report there were no findings noted. At ISU, we are starting work on looking at the Workday Human Capital Management and Payroll System. That work is being started this month. Hopefully, when I come back in September, I'll be able to report on those findings. And for UNI, we're looking at reviewing the famous facilities planning system, and that's in the initial stages and will be conducted this spring. There are a couple of additional items I wanted to highlight for the board today. Basically new governmental accounting standards board statements that are coming into play this next year. The first is Statement 101, which involves compensated absences. This will be implemented during the FY25 financial statements for each university. The standard updates the recognition and measurement guidance for compensated absences. It also amends the existing requirement to disclose the gross increases and decreases in the liability for compensated absences, allowing disclosure of just the net change in the liability. I've talked to our staff at the universities, and they've been working with the university staff. They don't feel there'll be any significant changes that are expected due to this statement. The second statement that goes into effect this year is number 102, that is certain risk disclosures. The requirements of this statement will improve financial reporting by providing users of financial statements with essential information that is currently not often provided. These disclosures will provide users with timely information regarding certain risks related to concentrations or constraints and related events that have occurred or have begun to occur that make a government vulnerable to a substantial impact of its financial condition. And the way they describe concentration is it's a lack of diversity in the source of a significant resource, such as tax or grant revenue that comprises a large portion of a government's overall revenue, or a lack of diversity in potential suppliers of labor, goods, or other services. So if there's a risk identified there, it would be disclosed in the financial statement so the user would be aware of that risk. And then when they talk about constraints, they say that is more of a limitation on revenue spending or borrowing, or as a mandated spending since it prevents alternative use of the funds, which is generally imposed by an external party. So they're just trying to provide the financial statement users with additional information if there is a risk in one of those areas identified. I also would like to thank all of the Region employees. Our office appreciates everyone's cooperation and assistance. As always, it's been a pleasure to work with such an outstanding group. And with that, I'd be happy to address any questions, if there are any on the reports.
Any questions? Yes, Regent Hensley.
Question on the Hampshire review. As I looked at the letter it was a review of internal control procedures. There seemed to be several, and it seemed to be more than what I would have expected. Can you address that, and when was the last time a Hampshire review was done, and how does this compare to the last time? And many of the comments in there are to be corrected by April 25, which is now. So if we could have an update on that.
So that was an audit that.
Yep. We'll be coming up to that.
Oh, we're going to take action on that?
Well, first we'll talk about the state audits. And
that was an audit that internal audit did.
That's
that
an
I was gonna
internal
talk
audit
about.
report.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yep.
But, I mean, is that normal that there would be that many?
It depends on the environment and the audit that we did, and that was a pretty detailed audit and looked at quite a bit of their operations, and so there was quite a bit, but as an example, cash handling.
Right.
They mitigate that because there's not a lot of cash, but still, we made recommendations to make improvements. But yeah, we can get more into that when I talk through that.
Why don't we just stay on task with the state audits first, and then we can come to the internal audits? Thank you, Brian. Do we have any questions for Brian about the state audits? Thank you. And I also appreciate your update on the new rules and laws that are going to affect us, or hopefully not affect us. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you again for the time.
All right. Thank you. Okay, now I'll recognize Chief Audit Executive Chad Sharp to present the internal audits.
Okay. Thank you, Regent Dunkel, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'll highlight a few of the reports. Hampshire will be one of them. And then I'll provide an update that I just received this morning on the Baker Tilly construction engagement at the North Liberty Hospital at the University of Iowa. So I'll start with Hampshire, and that was a review of the operational processes, as you saw in the report. In the background, we noted that they sold 63,000 tickets during fiscal year 24 for $3.2 million in revenue. They also have a gift shop that's primarily run by volunteers. I say primarily because there is staff that interact with the volunteers, but it's day-to-day volunteers are in the gift shop. And we recommended that they implement a formal complimentary ticket policy, separate the approval from the processing of refunds so that both of those tasks are not performed by the same individual, separate those duties, and that approval is from a level of management above the person processing the refund. They lock the safe when it's not in use. They lock their cash registers and limit the sharing of the cash registers as best that they can, and that they have university shared services perform the deposits for them. We also recommended for the gift shop that they receive the inventory into the inventory system within the gift shop upon receipt before allowing it to be sold in order to prevent inventory discrepancies that we noted, that they perform regular reviews of their system access, their user access. They separate elevated system administration tasks from the non-elevated system administration tasks, the more normal day-to-day activity that users are performing in their system, so no one account can perform both of those. And that they work with the IT security office to perform security reviews of their systems. And then finally, to implement processes to remove building access when it's no longer needed, as well as enable more timely completion of GL account reconciliation and required training. At Iowa State, we performed a review of the key administrative and financial processes within the Office of the Provost. And the Provost Office manages and provides strategic direction and support for the academic colleges and departments on campus, as well as a few non-academic units within their division. And the recommendations here focused on improving their current practices by formalizing and documenting division expectations and procedures, specifically a strategic plan with division goals and objectives, measurement metrics, and a process to regularly monitor and evaluate. formalize and document the budget review process, including regular monitoring and deficit remediation expectations, and then documenting the approval of salary adjustments that are approved by the provost. Excuse me, those are being approved informally, and we're just asking that they document that approval. At the University of Northern Iowa, we reviewed the administrative oversight processes within the Dean's Office of the College of Humanities, Arts, and Sciences. And this is the largest college on campus, has 14 departments and over 70 majors that they offer. And they have a new dean starting in July. And we recommended that they work with the Office of the Provost to establish, document, and communicate department expectations, incorporate temporary personnel costs more accurately into their budget. So those are related to adjunct professors and overload teaching. And overload teaching is when an existing faculty member teaches additional courses and receives extra compensation for that. And then finally, to have all software reviewed by IT prior to it being purchased or the next renewal. And so those are the reports that I have, and be happy to answer any questions and come back to the answer question.
Okay, Regent Hensley, I didn't mean to cut you off before, but go ahead and ask your questions.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel. The only question I have on Hancher is, how does that compare to previous internal audits?
The last one for Hancher, I would have to look back, was 6 or 7 years, I believe. And I don't have that report in my mind right off the top of my head, but I'll be happy to get back to you. And
I guess the reason I'm asking the question, I'd just be curious, based upon what you found during this audit, if you will do them more frequently when you find those types of findings.
That's a good question. We do follow up on these findings and verify that they take the corrective action that they agreed to. So we will do that in the scope of this audit. And my understanding, the latest update I had is that management's actively working on these already. And we just haven't verified every single one at this point to close it out.
Okay, thank you.
So we can expect a follow-up report in a few months, and we'll get that, and then we'll, follow through with it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jen. Any other questions?
So Baker Tilly, so I just had a phone call this morning with Baker Tilly and the project managers at the University of Iowa. And they are working on their closeout procedures. They anticipate payment applications continuing through July with final payment in August sometime. So I'm not confident that it will make the September meeting based on the cutoff for the September meeting. If it does, that's great, and we'll have them come in September. Otherwise, I think plan on November would be the plan at this point.
And so far to date, as we review those reports, Chad, they all look, we're not seeing anything that's major to bring before this board to present.
That's correct, yeah. Things seem to be going very smoothly.
Good news. And one more question before we finish this is, how about staffing?
So staffing, last time in February, I said we'd be fully staffed as of March 4th. As of March 4th, fully staffed, we have full staff. Unfortunately for us, good for our executive assistant, her last day is tomorrow. She took a position closer to home, so we're searching for that position. But audit staff, we are fully staffed, and hope to be for some time.
Good. And Brian, since you didn't leave, do you want to report? How's your staffing in the state office?
Our staffing is pretty good. Over the last 2 years, we've noticed a pretty good drop in the number of people who leave the office or take other employment. I don't know what the causes of that are, but I think we've got a pretty good environment, and I think people are enjoying working with our office. We've been able to hire when we needed to. We've got one manager who is retiring after, I think, 38 years or so. So we will be replacing a manager level position. But so far, knock on wood, we've done pretty well with staffing and being consistent with the staff we have.
And I'm happy that we're catching up with, as in the past, if we had been behind, and now we're catching up with your reports.
Yeah, after the pandemic kind of put us behind a while, but we're starting to get back up to where we need to be back caught up, so.
And Chad, on your part, we just look forward to more and more audits as you get your staff up and moving
That is
along.
correct, and I
I'm
was
sure I'm
gonna-
speaking on behalf of all of us.
Yes, and I was going to echo his comments of, we are very pleased with the staff that we have, and to your point, Regent Dunkel, the new staff have come in and done amazing in terms of learning, and the existing staff, the more tenured staff, have done an amazing job of training them and mentoring them and working with them, and so continuing to move forward and having them become more independent as time goes on, and we've seen that with a number of staff already. So, yeah, we're very happy.
Thank you both for your good work.
Thank you.
Any other business to come before this committee? Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion that the Audit and Compliance Committee recommend that the board receive the following items: state audit reports and internal audit reports issued. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Regent Rose, for your second. The Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel. We'll take a 10-minute break, so let's come back about 2:45. We'll continue with the University of Iowa Healthcare Committee. Our first item of approval is of the minutes from the February 27th, 2025 meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. And now I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Denise Jamison, Vice President for Medical Affairs and Tyrone D. Arts Dean, Carver College of Medicine. I'll turn the floor over now for your team's report.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. It's nice to be here. Wanted to welcome our new regents and say thank you to Regent Lindenmeyer for your many years of service. Thank you. As usual, I'm joined by Brad Hawes, the CEO for the Clinical Enterprise, and Mark Henricks, our Chief Financial Officer. Next slide. So I wanted to share some exciting health system updates this afternoon. First of all, our physician assistant training program was ranked #1 in the country, according to U.S. News & World Report, and several other programs were also ranked this year, including our physical therapy and rehab program, which was ranked number 3. Sometimes people ask me, well, what do national rankings matter? Why is it important to us? And I think national rankings are important because it helps Iowans see the value of staying in Iowa to study and work, and it helps those outside of Iowa see the value of coming here. So in times of healthcare workforce shortages, I think rankings really matter. We want to retain and recruit our workforce, and so I'm really proud of this, and I hope you are as well. We're also proud of 2 other national recognitions related to mothers and babies. Our neonatal intensive care unit was one of 2 programs in the country to receive a new national designation from the American Academy of Pediatrics, and this designation recognizes those with the highest level of neonatal care. We were also awarded Best Maternity Hospital by Newsweek magazine, and we were the only health system recognized in Iowa. So together, I think this really nicely highlights the work we do taking care of pregnant women and their babies. We provide outstanding care to pregnant women, both those who are healthy as well as some of the most complex high-risk cases in the state. And we also care for the smallest, most premature infants with some of the best outcomes in the country. I also wanted to highlight Dr. Michael Welsh is a recipient of the 2025 Canada Gairdner International Award for his research on cystic fibrosis. And his research really paved the way for new therapies that have transformed health and life expectancy of people with cystic fibrosis. So just to give you an idea, when I was in medical school, if you had cystic fibrosis, it was a fatal disease in early adolescence, in late adolescence or early adulthood, and now patients with cystic fibrosis are living into their 80s, and this is the foundation for these advances were based on Mike Welsh's work. Again, you may not have heard, I had not actually heard of the Gairdner Award, but I can tell you it's a big deal for University of Iowa and for Iowa. It's considered a precursor to the Nobel Prize, and since its inception, 426 awards have been presented to Gairdner laureates from over 40 countries, and of those awardees, 102 have gone on to win Nobel Prizes, so about a quarter. So I also wanted to point out that Dr. Welsh is an Iowan through and through. He was born and raised in Iowa. He went to undergrad, med school, residency at University of Iowa, and has spent almost all of his career at the University of Iowa. So again, we're very proud, and we hope you are too. So we wanted to focus today on our Department of Orthopedics, and the big news for the Department of Orthopedics is that they're moving to a new hospital. As you know, we are looking forward to serving patients beginning this Monday, April 28th. We hosted a dedication and ribbon cutting event, as many of you know, and we had a community open house the following Saturday, and over 6,500 community members attended that event. They toured the facility, and they participated in activities, and it was a beautiful day. So this is a big milestone for the University of Iowa Healthcare. It's the first newly constructed hospital away from our main university campus, so this is a historic moment for us. And it offers a new level of comprehensive orthopedic care that has not previously been available in the state. So in a few minutes, Brad Hawes is going to give you an inside look at the facility. In the meantime, I would like to focus on the 3 missions, all of which will be represented in the new North Liberty Hospital: research, education, and clinical care. So I wanted to start with a story to give you an idea of the kind of care that our orthopedics department provides. So this is a story about Jackson Weber of Piesta, Iowa. He was in high school, he was a talented golfer, he was playing in the snow with his friends, and he decided to attempt a front flip off an electric box and broke his neck. He broke the 4th vertebra in his cervical spine, or his neck region, and he injured his spinal cord, and his left arm was completely paralyzed. He was taken to a hospital in nearby Dubuque and then transferred to us at UI Healthcare. Dr. Kasim Igram evaluated him quickly, performed emergency surgery. He removed the C4 vertebra as well as the bone fragments that were pressing on his spinal cord. He inserted a titanium metal cylinder in place of the vertebra and a metal titanium plate to stabilize his spine. And the day after surgery, Jackson was walking independently, and he was released to go home the following day. He got outpatient physical therapy at a facility near his home, and 100 days after his surgery, he completed his PT program and was able to get back on the golf course. So here you can see Jackson, who's 3rd from left, and he's joined by the Iowa Hawkeyes broadcaster Gary Dolphin. Far left, Dr. Igram, his surgeon, 2nd from left, and his brother on the far right. Jackson said that based on his experience with UI Healthcare, he wants to pursue a career as an athletic trainer. So nice example of the care that we provide. So I now want to focus on our 3 academic missions that are across our entire institution and how they relate to the Department of Orthopedics, and all will be represented in the new North Liberty campus. So the first is research and innovation. So I want to tell you a little bit about one area of research expertise and research that's been developed over many years, and that's for scoliosis treatment. So I'll start with this one patient. At the age of 15, Owen Tramp from Des Moines found that he had a pronounced curve in his spine due to scoliosis. He was fitted for a brace to help prevent progression of the disease, but it progressed, and he needed surgery. So the week after his high school graduation, he traveled to Iowa City to have spinal fusion surgery. And this is a very high-risk surgery. Complications can be serious, and the amount of experience that surgeons have is really important. So Dr. Stuart Weinstein, who has completed more than 5,000 spinal fusion surgeries over his career, performed the surgery. It was successful. And this is a picture of Owen a number of years later hiking the Pacific Crest Trail. So he hiked 2,650 miles over 144 days. And so obviously the surgery was very successful. And Owen benefited from years of UI research on the best scoliosis treatment. Next slide. So this is his surgeon, Dr. Stuart Weinstein, and I think he says it well when he says almost all the research that people use right now to make decisions about non-surgical and surgical treatment for scoliosis comes from work done here at Iowa. Next slide. So the next piece that I want to talk about is education and training. Training the next generation of orthopedic specialists is also an important part of our mission. So this slide represents a key component of this training, simulation training, and simulation allows surgeons to practice and learn new skills in a safe setting away from patients. So faculty, residents, fellows, medical students all utilize our simulation space. We have over 2,000 hours of utilization of our space every year. We do things like boot camp for new resident physicians and weekly skills labs for residents. It's a good place for physicians to learn new and emerging technologies. And we'll have a simulation space in North Liberty. So this photo is actually learners practicing using a C-arm that's used in the operating room. And this C-arm provides imaging so that the surgeons can precisely place screws and implants and other things in a patient using this imaging. So there's no other space in Iowa comparable to our simulation center. It's really one of the kind, best-in-class space that really allows our learners to learn and train. And these are, you'll see here, these are some of the specific training programs that are within our Department of Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. And this is our residency director and vice chair for education in the Department of Orthopedics. And as he says, we take as a responsibility very seriously to train the next generation of orthopedic surgeons to become skillful, competent, and compassionate healthcare providers. So I want to end this with the third piece of our mission, and that's clinical care. So one more story. In 2021, Margaret Coleman, who lives in central Iowa, had an accident in a grocery store parking lot. So as she was getting into her car, she noticed a shopping cart coming towards her car. She got out of the car to try and stop the cart and knocked the parking brake off, and the car actually rolled onto her and pinned her underneath. Emergency crews brought in heavy equipment to lift the car off of her, and they took her to a Des Moines hospital where a trauma team stopped the bleeding and stabilized her. She was then flown by helicopter to UI Healthcare, where she underwent major surgery. She had a crushed pelvis, a broken leg and hip, and her spine had actually separated from her pelvis. She needed a second surgery to rebuild her pelvis and stabilize her spine, and we had a team of specialists perform the surgery. So Dr. Larry Marsh, who's our orthopedic department chair, did the hip and the pelvis repair, and Dr. Andrew Pugley did the spine work. He actually had to reattach the spine and build a cage to protect it. So I think this is a really amazing example of two different orthopedic surgery teams who were able to work together to provide really outstanding care. And today, Margaret is back on her feet, and she says she feels blessed to have a full life again. So stories like this are the reason patients come to us from all over the state for orthopedic care. And as you can see from this map, in 2024, patients came to us for orthopedic care from all 99 counties in Iowa. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Brad Hawes, who's going to tell you about some of the features and services at our new state-of-the-art North Liberty campus.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Jameson. I'll ask for a little forgiveness in advance because today I get to brag. And we're so proud about our facility that Dr. Jameson has mentioned. I'm going to tell you a lot about it. But first, thanks for those of you that came to the ribbon cutting and to the open house. We didn't know how many people to anticipate in the open house. We thought maybe 4,000. When we got between 6,500 and 7,000, we were just flabbergasted. People were lined up out to the road a half an hour before we opened. And the cynic in me said, well, if you give them something free, they'll come. But I will tell you, people waited 2.5 to 3 hours to take the tour of the facility. We had some external consultants in actually for that weekend, and they came and they said, we think you've touched a theme and something sensitive to the communities, that healthcare is so important to them. And this facility is not only a thing of pride for the community, but something that's really important to them. And so really thrilled with that. So as Dr. Jameson said, so on Monday, we open, the 28th. We have a little bit of a soft opening. We won't have a full schedule the first day, but we're really excited about welcoming both clinic visits, surgeries, and inpatient care starting on Monday. Next slide. So this is a picture of the facility if you haven't seen it. One of the things that we're most thrilled about, I, with a little bit of chagrin, say that parking is a major attraction here, that you can park right on grade outside the facility and enter. That makes it easier for orthopedic patients. There's a drop-off lane, but if you need to park, that's easily accomplished there. We often talk about in healthcare centers of excellence, or another way to talk about this facility is it's a one-stop shop. If you need orthopedic care in any form, if you need rehab care, if you need imaging, all can be accomplished here in this one facility. And we really think it is a world-class facility as we go forward. So next slide. So these are high-level statistics. We have 84 exam rooms, 14 emergency care rooms, 36 inpatient beds, and 12 operating rooms. We have shelled capacity in the facility to grow. Our orthopedic chair, Dr. Marsh, that was mentioned by Dr. Jameson, he's already telling me I need more space because he's recruiting, and even several people have been attracted to this facility as a place that they would like to practice. Next slide. So a quote from Larry. This will be a real game changer for patients, providing comprehensive musculoskeletal care. It'll all be under one roof, as I mentioned earlier, and I like the way he finishes. This will be one of the premier orthopedic centers in the country. What he also said, in our backyard. And so we're really thrilled with what's happening there. Next slide. So it will also have an emergency department. The emergency departments are graded by level. This will have a level 4 trauma center with 14 bays there. Level 4 essentially means we're not treating life-threatening diseases or incidents. If those kinds of patients come to this emergency room, we will transfer them to our other emergency rooms that have a higher level of care. We'll see how this evolves over time, but the original intent is to have a level 4 certification. Next slide. Oops, a little early there. What we'll also have here is an orthopedic walk-in clinic so that those of us that are weekend warriors or athletes, high school athletes that get injured if they break a bone or tear an ACL or do other things, that they can get into that walk-in clinic and that they can be triaged and then appropriately set up for care as they go forward. That clinic will offer convenient hours on weekdays, evenings, and Saturdays as we go forward. So, all right, next one. So in our ORs, we will do a number of services in a broad range. We'll do joint replacements, bone health. We'll actually have bone cancer services in this facility. Pediatrics. Not all pediatrics were really kind of above 12 and healthy. If they're really young and small babies, they will continue to come to our university campus and the Stead Family Children's Hospital. We do a lot of work injury and recovery for those that work in factories or other situations. And then we have non-surgical procedures as well, like pain injections and regenerative medicine that will be practiced there. One thing that's also unique here in the ORs is we will have a dedicated anesthesia team so that they become experts not only at the care given, but the efficiency, so that they are real partners with the surgeons and it becomes really a great service. Next slide, please. We'll have a state-of-the-art imaging centers there. We'll have MRI, CT. We'll have other things like fluoroscopy and DEXA or bone density scanning. We'll have two CTs so that if we're doing a procedure with that kind of guidance and somebody comes to the emergency room that might be having a stroke, that we can do both. We'll have 4 MRIs. And so we're really proud. One of the things that I think is amazing at the university is that we will have now the second photon counting CT. We have the first one is at the university campus. The second one will be here. That's really state-of-the-art imaging that's not available anywhere else in the state as we go forward. Like I talked about with anesthesia, we will have subspecialized radiologists, and so the ones that really understand different parts of the body. You're not getting a general radiology read, you're getting a specialized read that will be more accurate and more helpful to the surgeons as they treat the patients. Next one. And so 36 private beds, so not shared rooms, to handle those that come through the emergency room and through the ORs. And we think that this will be great. It's equipped for those that need it with heavy lifts. And even the showers built in the rooms make it easy for patients to enter the shower and come out of the shower without getting injured. And so the last thing that I'll talk about, and because we've had questions about it, we have a sports medicine facility that's down by the practice fields. If you're familiar with Iowa City, we will continue to have that for the athletes and some of the students that are closer to campus. But the procedural work and the more significant work will happen at the North Liberty campus. But we felt like continuing that sports medicine partnership with our athletic teams was also very important. So we'll keep that facility as well. So thanks for indulging me to brag. We're super proud of what we're opening. I was talking to my daughter, who's a nurse at another hospital, and she's actually getting married this weekend. And she said, you know, it's not very often that you open a hospital and you get to see your daughter married on the same weekend. And so I'm not sure in her mind which was more important, I can guess, but we're really thrilled about this facility.
All right, thanks, Brad. So I will provide a financial update, and this will be through year-to-date through the month of March. So we'll talk first kind of high level, some volume statistics. You can see from a volume perspective versus budget, all the key volume indicators, discharges, patient days, surgeries, and clinic visits are running above budget. Especially on surgeries and clinic visits are almost 2% above budget year-to-date, so strong volumes there. The overall operating margin, we'll get into more detail in a moment on that, but overall we're about 1.8% operating loss before directed payments, running ahead of target, which is a 4% loss overall. And then the gross patient revenue, you can see 3% above budget, and that's tracking with, as we're seeing these higher volumes, especially in the surgical platforms, ancillaries and clinic visits, charges are following that. The salary expenses continue to be a little bit below budget, 1.5% year-to-date, and that's really due to vacancy levels that are a little bit higher than budgeted for the year. So the numbers for the financials through March, just kind of focusing to start with on the actual columns at the bottom there. You can see overall $37 million operating loss year-to-date before directed payments. With directed payments at $235 million, or about 9.2% margin. And then just a couple percentages to the right, again, the net operating revenue you can see is tracking about 3% above budget with those higher volumes. Total operating expenses, basically even with budget. Again, salaries and wages running below with a little bit higher vacancy levels. And then general expenses are 2% above budget, really tracking with the higher level volumes of surgeries and clinic visits versus budget. So on the key metrics, one update. So once a year we get updates on the Moody's medians. And so we have that update this month. So I'll talk about that for a moment. So if we go to the rightmost column there, you can see operating margin. The previous median was 2.3%, and so that's grown to 3.2%. So in the industry, and these are all from 2024 numbers, so it's always a little bit lagged. But the industry saw margins go up a little bit. The days cash, 262, before that was at 261. So days cash overall industry-wide has been stable. And then debt to cap was before 23%, so it's actually come down a little bit to 21.5%. So if we look at our numbers in March versus those updated comparators, overall margins running ahead of Moody's medians. Days cash, you can see at 233, so that's down a little bit from what we reported in December. Some of that's due to some of the capital projects, and that also includes the mission purchase. So the trending, project that to be close back to 250 days by the end of the fiscal year likely. And then debt to cap, with the debt issuance we did in February, debt to cap came up a little bit, so we're at 21.8%. That's slightly over the new Moody's medians, but by the end of the fiscal year, we'll be a little bit under the medians. So, you know, we go through the details of kind of where we're at from a financial perspective. Just kind of the reminder, these are key elements of how we manage our enterprise, but it's all about meeting the mission of clinical care, research, and education, and how our investments kind of impact our success in those areas. And this is FY '24's overall capital investments, but to be successful in those areas, it takes a lot of investment for an academic medical center like UHC. And so we've talked in the past kind of the range of capital that happens in a year. Some of basically just equipment replacement, building infrastructure updates, all the way to creating new access through new sites and updates. And so North Liberty, as an example, is a perfect example of where we're investing in increased access, but also increasing our ability to provide the best patient care. So if we look at North Liberty globally from an access perspective, and Brad mentioned a lot of these things around more inpatient days, et cetera, you know, EDs is bursting at the seam. So having that 22% increase in ED capacity is going to be a big thing. And then operating rooms as well, there's a lot of demand there. So that increase of 22% from an access perspective. But I think also if you would see kind of where the ortho clinic was at the university campus, it was kind of difficult to get to. You had to go down to the lower level. I mean, for that patient population that are working through mobility issues, this is a game changer, and your whole episode can be there for ancillary services, PT. So I think this is a great thing for patients in their recovery. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Are there any questions or comments? Regent Barker?
You break out operating income with direct payments and without direct payments. There's some uncertainty about direct payments, but they're not going to go to zero. And even if they're at zero, I'm just asking if I'm thinking about this correctly, even if they go to zero, you're not that far from break even. So should I think of this as even with almost any conceivable reduction in direct payments, you're in pretty good shape? Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to kind of monitor. There's a lot of discussions about what happens with Medicaid and some of those elements, so we'll just have to keep a close eye on that. I don't think direct payments would completely go away, but if there's adjustments, we'd have to think about what does that mean for our 5 and 10-year plans, definitely.
Just, if I could just add there, we do see in the news that some places, Mass General would be an example, where they are doing layoffs or they have implemented hiring freezes. I think we're in the fortunate situation that we don't have to do those things at this point. And actually, I think our thought process right now is a lot of people are frustrated and uncertain, and is this an opportunity for us to recruit and build programs and hire really great people? If we do have a significant reduction in Medicaid or directed payment, that could change. I think our capital appetite could also change. Those are scenarios that we are monitoring internally, and obviously waiting day to day to see what the impacts will be. But I think we're in a very good spot relative to a lot of people in the country.
And we monitor on a weekly, daily basis kind of what different scenarios might be. So we're keeping a close eye on those things.
No, that's great. And I think your presentation on margin is exactly right, that you need that both for investment and for stability for situations like this. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Regent Kramer.
I had 2 questions. So educate me a little bit, Brad. The 36 outpatient beds doesn't seem like that many for the number of operating rooms, but is it because, I mean, almost everything is just outpatient there at this hospital?
More and more orthopedic care has moved to outpatient, or we call it kind of short stay. And so even hip replacements, as an example, go home same day of surgery now, unless they have other comorbid conditions. And so there's not as much of a driver for those hospital beds as there maybe used to be.
Gotcha. And the other question was on how are you kind of educating the public? So it sounds like you, number one, they need to understand that even though the hospital has an emphasis on orthopedics, the ER does a lot more than just orthopedics, but it doesn't do the life-threatening. So is there a way to kind of educate the public on how that works?
It's a great question. I'll give you the administrative response, and then Dr. Jameson can talk about the clinical side. We are concerned about that. One of the blessings we have is that the ambulance service in Iowa City is one, and they seem to be able to know, for this kind of case, we need to go to this facility. We've already done a little bit of this with the downtown campus as we go forward. What we don't know how to predict is walk-in care. And so if you live in North Liberty and want to go to an emergency room, I think some people will say it's just the same. One case study that we know about is actually in Des Moines, where when they built a West Des Moines facility, the ED volume spiked. They wanted to grow it immediately, but the public learned, and then they kind of knew where to go, and we think that might happen as well. Clinically, I'll defer to the physician. Thank you.
So that was a good summary. Because our 3 emergency departments offer different levels of care, it's going to be really important to educate the community. And like Brad said, luckily, the emergency services we have a degree of control over. So trying to get the right patient to the right place for the right care is really important. And that includes our quick care and urgent cares as well, trying to ensure that everybody's getting to the right place. If you're in a catastrophic car accident, you want to come to a level 1, actually the only level 1 trauma center for both adults and pediatrics is at the University of Iowa campus. So you want to get there.
Well, congratulations on a great place.
Thank you.
Yeah. Regent Barker, go ahead.
Just following up on that, I mean, if it's a football Saturday and traffic is bad and someone's coming in on Interstate 80, are they, even a life-threatening case, would they divert to North Liberty instead of campus in that circumstance?
Potentially. We do have ways where we've already have a program where we try to ensure access to the emergency room, even on football Saturdays. I won't say that that's perfect. I couldn't sit here today and say it would be better to go to North Liberty, because if they eventually need to be transported to the university campus, I don't know that we want to have a way station in North Liberty unless they could be stabilized and then potentially transferred later.
Any other comments or questions? Well, I think I can speak for all of us. We certainly enjoyed our day at North Liberty last week. We couldn't be happier for you and for the community and the state. So thank you for your report today. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, the committee will receive the UI Healthcare presentation. The meeting of the UI Healthcare Committee is now adjourned. Thank you. At this time, we will have public comment before the board for us to listen. The board recognizes that the opportunity for expression of public views on issues that come before the board is important. Each presenter is limited to 3 minutes of time. We will now open the microphone for the first presenter. Please come forward when your name is called.
Daniela Pintor Mendoza.
Hi, my name is Daniela Pintor Mendoza, and I am a proud student at the University of Iowa, one of the 3 Regent universities you oversee. And as a first-generation college student, born and raised in Iowa, I speak not only for myself, but for countless others who are outraged, hurt, and deeply disappointed by the latest directives this board has issued. It is my understanding that the Board of Regents is meant to provide stewardship for quality teaching, research, and service to the citizens of Iowa, including undergraduate, graduate, and professional programs in a variety of fields. And yet the decision to erase diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts from university websites and curricula contradicts this mission. These actions are not just policy shifts, they are an attack on the values of fairness, success, access, and representation. DEI is not political. It is a commitment to ensuring that all students, regardless of background, have the opportunity to thrive. Let's remember what these words mean. Diversity is a state of being diverse, meaning variety. Equity, the quality of being fair and impartial. Inclusion, the action or state of being included with a group or a structure. Where in these definitions is harm? Where is the division? And where is the exclusion? To strip our institutions of these values is to tell students like me and so many others that our stories, our struggles, and our successes don't matter. But let me be clear. You may attempt to remove our history from websites and our narratives from classrooms, but as long as we exist, we will resist. We will continue fighting for universities that serve all of their students. We will fight for quality education, meaningful research, and true public service for every Iowan, in every field and at every level. And even if you've forgotten what that looks like, we haven't. These are collective demands that we have compiled to show you what that looks like. Maintain funding and institutional support for essential student resource centers, such as the Center for LGBTQIA+, Student Success, Multicultural Student Affairs, and Student Accessibility Services. Number 2, ensure that these offices remain fully staffed and operational despite changes in DEI policies. Number 3, demand full transparency from the universities and Board of Regents regarding their DEI compliance processes, including public access to meetings and decision-making documents. Number 4, guarantee that faculty and staff can continue optional DEI-related research, coursework, and initiatives without penalty. Number 5, ensure that faculty and staff are not penalized for discussing or including DEI-related topics in the curriculum. Number 6, push for formal commitment that there will be no layoffs or job cuts specifically due to the compliance with the new law. Establish a student oversight committee to be consulted to any programs changes related to DEI. Protect and provide aid to any international students that are affected by visa revocations. And protecting the free speech of all students, including those who speak out for Palestine, and prohibiting any penalization for their advocacy. Thank you.
Daryl Washington.
Good afternoon, Regents. My name is Daryl Washington, and I'm from the University of Iowa. I stand here for myself, not just here for myself, but for every student whose future, sense of belonging, and right to be heard are shaped by the choices you make today. For many of us, college is not just a classroom. It's just not textbooks or grades. It is survival. Survival as if when we wonder we'll be seen, truly seen. Survival is when we hope someone will say our name and mean it. Survival is we seek spaces where we don't have to explain ourselves, but can simply exist. This is why centers like LGBTQIA+ Student Success, Multicultural Affairs, and Student Accessibility Services are not just support. They are survivors. They are sanctuaries, places where we breathe, places where we find community, places where we thrive. When you propose cutting these centers, you're not simply adjusting a budget line. You are cutting away the foundation upon which we stand. You are taking away the spaces where we, the students, find home. You are telling us you do not matter. And that message does not land quietly. It hits like a visceral wound. To silence DEI education is not a neutral act. It is an erasure. It is a choice to scrub our histories, our identities, our truths out of the curriculum, out of existence. It is a choice to ignore us, to pretend we are never here, but we are here. We are not a footnote. We are the story. We are the voice. We are the truth. We demand transparency, real transparency. Not after the fact, but before the decision is made. Transparency is not a favor, it is our right. This university is more than bricks and buildings. It is a community, it is a living, breathing entity, and we are the heartbeat of it. And to our international peers, we see you, we stand with you. You are not outsiders, you are not guests, you are family. We are not asking for special treatment, we are asking for our rightful place at the table, because we have built this table. We bring the chairs, and we will not be pushed away. We are not invisible, we are not optional, we are not leaving. We are here, we belong, we matter, and we will be heard. Thank you.
Aaron O'Brien.
Hello, my name is Aaron O'Brien.
I am a student at Iowa State University, and I'm here to talk about the future, specifically about the anti-DEI legislation currently passing through the Iowa State legislature. That, when in matters regarding higher education, are eventually going to fall to you all. I'd like you to understand that the DEI offices are gone. The DEI staff have been fired or reassigned. There is nothing more to take away that is explicitly part of a DEI initiative. All you would be doing is harming a number of already marginalized students. And I sincerely doubt it would even benefit the universities financially. The anti-DEI efforts last semester have not prevented the oncoming rise of tuition that you will have to be hearing out tomorrow. They do nothing to help the financial situations of any of the universities, and all they do is attack students at the universities that are already under enough threat, as is with the removal of visas and whatnot. It is important to remember that whatever responsibility you have towards the higher education students of the state of Iowa, you will be ignoring it if you go down the path of anti-DEI as defined by the Iowa State Republican Party. That is all. Thank you.
Bruce Hilton.
Hello, I'm a student at Iowa State. A lot of people have brought up the budget incentives for restricting DEI programs or canceling DEI offices. But what really is a waste of everybody's time and money is making university officials comb through thousands of university websites, university directives, emailed footnotes to remove language that you have decided you do not like. There's no such thing as universities as people without culture. The multicultural student services at Iowa State was defined as narrowly defined and based in DEI. What isn't culture? Which one of you does not have culture? Who isn't cultural? Who isn't diverse? These programs did not only serve very specific or niche communities as you think they do. These programs work for everybody, to keep everybody in the loop about global happenings, about civil rights. It's just completely a waste of time and money to think that just because you hold a certain personal opinion, every university should have to go through every bit of material they have ever created to remove just words that are buzzwords. Your personal policy, my apologies, your personal policy outlines that you have to provide needed public services, high quality accessible education, and high quality research and scholarship. If your goal is to provide all of these, then please tell me why, even though in the initial directive issued by the Board of Regents, it says that educational programs are not affected by the DEI restrictions. So why are so many teachers fearful right now, censoring themselves, taking things out of their lesson plans, or not posting their lessons for their students to view after the fact, for fear of the language you do not like being used? Are you truly in favor of hearing everybody in education? Are you truly in favor of telling all stories that are truth and history? You need to tell teachers what you will and will not protect in their lessons. Teachers have no directives, no protections right now in these ideas, and you are the only thing that stands between unchecked federal regulations and our universities, our professors, our students, and our programs. Stand between it. You don't have to let it all slide through just because you are loyal to your party. Our teachers need to know, and if you issue a statement saying that teachers are not affected, please let our teachers know that they are not affected and you will stand by them and anything that they are going to teach, including history and facts.
Graciela Rangel. Terry Miles.
Thank you, Board of Regents, for being here and allowing us here as well. I want to start off with thanking the 3 universities. You guys do work that some of us don't necessarily understand, and I applaud you for that. The question that I have for the Board of Regents is, when do you call enough enough? As a person in the city of Ames who supports ISU and the faculty and the students, my question is, when are you going to draw the line? When are you going to say that education is higher and more important than a political party or a political statement? It's funny because as I went through each and every one of your bios that are on the website, it's very interesting that our guidelines for the Board of Regents is that there could be no more than 5 of any political party, and you border that every single time. Also very funny that it's always appointed by the governor of our state, which, as we know, has had one complete iota of importancy. Whatever the president says, she will do. So my question is, when are you going to call the line and stop bending the knee to every demand that is not required?
President Bates, that's the last registered speaker we have.
I'd like to thank everyone for their comments.
We called for Graciela. Is Graciela here?
Okay.
Hello, I'm Graciela. In a time where students are being penalized for exercising the right to free speech, I implore the board not to fall into preemptive compliance. College is meant to be a space for students, many of whom are young adults, to learn and grow as people. Think of the massively student-supported social movements over the years. In the 50s and 60s, conversations about the Vietnam War. In the 60s and 70s, civil rights and gun safety on campuses. In the 70s and 80s, the South African apartheid. 2010s and beyond, the push for protection of Dreamers and DACA recipients, and more recently, the Black Lives Matter protests. These movements are supported by swaths of young adults who envision a better world for their families and loved ones. In a time where federal and state governments are pushing agendas not born in care for fellow Americans, not born in care for fellow Americans and human beings, not based in science, and not supported by the majority of Americans, I implore you, as those who govern over public universities, not to fall to preemptive compliance, not to bend a knee in advance, but rather to stand by your students. Anticipatory obedience to unjust policies and oppressive ideologies is not a sign of ethical leadership. Diversity of thought, backgrounds, beliefs, and goals is what makes Americans such a unique and strong community. Equity is what we owe one another. Programs like the First Scholars, the recently cut Multicultural Vision Program, and the Center for LGBTQIA Student Services serve to lift up those in need. Inclusion is necessary. We dream of a united people. We pledge to one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. But how is this attainable when our staff is scared to talk about controversial topics? When students across the country are being disappeared and deported for speaking out against injustices? I came to Iowa State and I found support in offices like that of MSA and the Center, in the clubs and communities that they support. For students on the margins, from those from rural backgrounds, those from ethnic and sexual minorities, those who are just getting into college, much less figuring out how to make the money and time, housing and transportation work, those who just getting into college has been one of the greatest achievements of their life till that point. These places, these people, these offices, and the support of staff members are invaluable to our experiences at college. Right now, these offices are on shaky ground. I've seen numerous teachers, professors, and educators of all backgrounds and disciplines pack up and leave their university, their district, and our state because they feel unsupported and unprotected by their administration. Now, more than ever, I need you to understand the importance of standing with your students and staff. Let me repeat, anticipatory obedience to unjust policies and oppressive ideologies is not a sign of ethical leadership. It is embarrassing and shameful to watch as the programs that made college feasible for me have their funding cut, have their lifeblood threatened, and to receive so little support from the administration. I am thankful for my education, but I am ashamed of how the university, Winterstein, the board, and the state have handled these past couple years. Thank you for the time.
President Bates, that is our final speaker.
I'd like to thank you for your comments today. This concludes the board's business. The meeting of the Iowa Board of Regents is adjourned.